welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 108, TLMC21 edition. Let's go, bro, let's go. Of course, I'm your host, VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all, bienvenidos here to another edition featuring the Team Liquid map contest maps. If you were here last week, if you were here for the September finals, you know that yes, the September finals, they were held on purely Team Liquid map contest maps, and we are doing the same here and now. Let's go. We're here, we're back, and we are jumping into our first game and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing from the land of Italy, representing the Platinum Heroes as well. This is a team kill. It is Ducklings. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As we get into our round of 16 match, we'll be getting to the rest of the bracket after this series, so don't worry, we will get there. Until then, though, we have our fresh series on our new map on Ruby Rock. I'm unfamiliar with the veto so far, so I mean, we'll experience it all together here. But unlike the September finals, this tournament is not just on a new map pool, it's also on the new patch as well. True, we're on the live version of the game, and since the previous weekly, we have had that new patch go live. And things have been changing, things have been adjusting, especially in this matchup. Now, Nicaract, he is known for his aggressive builds and aggressive play. He's not known for his mid game or his late game. He's known for hyper aggression in TVP. He does find a lot of success with that, and he does actually punch up and take down a lot of big high tier notable Protosses in doing so, like Hero, like Max. Nicaract, he's taken into the best Protoss players in the world, so it's going to be a tough ask here for Ducklings. Oh boy. Now we're going to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is an interesting map. I will say it has a bit of a more open and accessible 3-base setup here. You can see there's a very wide entrance coming in towards the natural. Likewise, we have a narrow ramp and another entrance here on the right hand side to push in towards the 3rd base as well. So we have multiple entrances. We have seen some players succeed, other players struggle at defending against all-ins on Ruby Rock. I'm curious, in my opinion, all-ins should be a little bit stronger here, depending on the matchup though, of course. So we'll see if Lelix can keep up, if he can slow down the push. We're assuming that Nicaract is going to commit and double down. We're making that assumption. So far, economic opener, Racked expand out of Nicaract. Does go for a more economic start. Meanwhile, Nicaract, he does get across the map. Gets across, barracks in, pulls away. We're just now getting to our tech of choice, nothing crazy so far. Lelix settling in. Settle in. Once again, when it comes to the 4-base setup, it's also very spread out, I will say as well. You have the northern 4th base, the southern base, or the triangular 3rd, I should say, and you do spread yourselves a little bit more thin. It is a little bit more open here in general. The rush despite ground, I would say, is relatively short. It's also quite direct as well, and we have seen some interesting base locations that players have been going for, like expansion patterns, I should say. So once again, we'll see how our players do open up. We have our take of choice, Twilight Council opener out of Lelix, and we're expecting a very safe build. So far, we have 3 gateways. We wouldn't be surprised if we see a Robo, extra gases on 2 bases as well. Oh, this is a shock though. Not going for a blink, opening up early charge. Okay. Now, rushing into charge like this is designed to hard counter and fully shut down early tank pushes. As we can see, though, we are going into Hyperflight Rotors instead. Okay, so 1-1-1 opener. There's the add-on salt so we can start tank production, but we are going into the speed of Banshees. Bearing in mind that this is a style that was already rising popularity before the patch. With the new patch, this has been buffed. Helis, they do bust in, they get into the middle line, 3 helis, they one-shot probes. Ooh, and he gets in. No, he gets in, and probes are going to get one-shots. That's going to be 6 probes going down already, and we're going to get more than 6. Getting up to 9, oh god. 9, 10 probes, 11 probes going down, and that is critical damage. And bearing in mind, this is only phase 1, right? Behind this, what do we have? We have Banshees. Banshees are also amassing. Banshees going to be moving out, which means most likely even more economic damage is going to be done. That was merely only the first wave, not even the final form of Nicaract. Oh boy. So a really rough start. TVP, we speak about this all the time, is very momentum based. It's very momentum based, and depending on your early game, it can dictate the pace and the flow of the entire game. Lelix is playing from behind. He's playing from behind. He has a lot of catching up to do here, and we'll see if he can. See if he can. Behind this, we have our 3-1-1 setup here out of Nickrat. Getting into tanks, getting into Banshees, building up his bio. And Nickrat is looking very comfortable. Oh boy. This looks quite comfortable. Behind this, Lelix. I mean, there are ways to recover, of course, when it comes to harassing, when it comes to drop play. Getting into mineral lines, picking up some key units. We'll see how he can handle himself, specifically against these Banshees. Now, the other scary thing about these speed Banshees is, remember, we did not open Blink, we opened Charge. So no, there's no Blink defense. There's no Blink Stalkers, which means these Banshees, they should be even more mobile. They're revealed. Thankfully, there are some Stalkers in position. And the Banshees should be deflected. Yeah, they're going to be deflected. They're looking for a way in. Oh! Now, Nickrat, he does not know that Blink is not available. Otherwise, he could just run past, to be honest. He could just run past these Stalkers, head into the mineral lines. Takes down a pylon. Denies mining. Nothing major yet, but he's keeping Lelix busy. And the initial charge opener didn't really come to fruition. Didn't really lead to anything because there was no tank push. The Banshees, they get in. They get into the mineral line, and probes are falling. 3, 4, 5, or even a sentry. 5 probes and a sentry, 6 probes. Ay, ay, ay. And 6 probes do go down. Here comes the main push, and I'll be honest, Lelix, he should not have the force to defend against this. Now, the Zealot run by might buy some time. That's the best that Lelix can hope for, is to force the army to turn back around, to come back home, to defend, and then to buy enough time to actually get Storm. If Storm can finish, then Lelix could hold. Big could on that one. But alas, Nickrat is pushing, and there's nothing to defend this expansion. I still not done. I'm afraid to look. How many probe kills? 27. That is game-ending damage. 28, 29 probe kills. Getting up to 30. Stims in. Storm is done in 1 second. But even with 1 storm, it's not enough. 1 storm should not be enough. You have 3 High Templar moving in. Storm grazes the army, but again, you can just walk out. Ooh, goes back in. Diving on the High Templar. Not bad against 1. Gets 1 Templar, takes down the base. Lack of kiting here out of Nickrat, but despite that, he still breaks down the expansion. Yeah, he breaks down the 3rd. At the same time, Banshee's still in the main, pulling the Lelix apart. And Nickrat, he can now just, I mean, here he has to back up. He doesn't have enough reinforcements, so there's not enough buffer. But here they come. Now he's just rallying. For a moment, I was like, is he pulling the boys? Nah. Landing his own 3rd. And there's 2 Templars. 2 Templar left. Now we have our final defense. The last stand here for Lelix is going to try to hold on. Again, he's holding onto the Storm. Does storm the Widow Mines. Widow Mines should go down. More Storms coming in. Oof, High Templar falls. 1 Storm left, and GG gets called. And Nickrat, he will take game at number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Nickrat, he will take lead in the series. But again, a lot of this came down to the momentum that he gained early on Due to what? Due to the Hellion and with the Banshee Harass as well. I mean, the Hellion Harass initially was already amazing, right? The Hellion Harass already set him up for success. Then the Banshees were kind of the icing on top there to just secure the win, to make sure that Lelix had no army, had no economy to sustain an army, to sustain any kind of defense. So it just came down to the early game harassment. That is how a lot of TVP does go, and it goes both ways, where if the Terran player gets a lot of damage done early on, or the Protoss gets a lot of damage done early on, it can be very difficult to make up for that, and to survive that, and to make a game out of it. With that, GG. With that, GG well played. With that, Nigrat does take the 1-0 lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Ooh, game 2 is going to be on Throne of Dunes. Let's go. And let's go. Loading into the Diablo map. Ah. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Throne of the Dunes, we have the I keep forgetting there's a "the" in there. I don't know why. Throne of the Dunes. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Nigrat. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Italian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Ducklings. Here we go, and welcome to a larger map of the map pool. It is a little bit more macro-oriented as well, and coming into Throne of Dunes, we have a much more secure 3 and 4 base setup here, as opposed to the previous maps. There are less entry points here. We do have a narrow choke point in between the bases. We do have a wider ramp towards the left-hand side. This will allow for run-bys and counterattacks, referring to Zealot run-bys, Link counterattacks as well. Will be a little bit more accessible here towards the natural base. When it comes to the third base location, a little bit more standard here. There is no ramp just outside, so you can argue you can maybe try to push in here, but the rushes to spike ground is longer, and then you can set up even greater here, at least in my opinion, into a 5 base setup, into a longer game state. But currently in TVP games, the meta doesn't really lend towards longer games, depending on the players, of course. We expect aggressive builds out of Nigrat. Last game, Nigrat, he dealt critical damage early on with Hellions and with Banshees. We're expecting something similar here as well. Doesn't have to go for the same opener. He can go for, instead, Widowmine drop play. He can go for Cloak Banshees as well. He can go for an earlier move out. He can go for a ByuN push and go for a Simless Marine move out with tanks. Nigrat, he has options. He does have options for now. Economic opener. Racks expand. Meanwhile, across the map, Lelix going for his own standard opener as well. Nothing crazy yet. Reminds me of GeoCities. It's Diablo, man. We're in the sand where there's fire everywhere. Ah. Damn it. It's like a city population down there as well. Are there any movies here? I don't think there are. I don't recall any movies being on this map. As we folks in, we should be seeing a more standard opener out of Lelix here. Again, the map is larger, so going into charge as an opener makes less sense. Winding it back, that also set Lelix behind, if you recall, is that he happened to go and open charge instead of blink, and that made it even more difficult to defend, or I say difficult, it meant that it was impossible for him to defend against the Banshees as well. Remember, the charge-based opener was designed to shut down an early tank push, but there was no early tank push, so Lelix, he just kind of misread the game state, unfortunately. Or misread what Nigrat would approach and how he would open up. As Reaper does break in, gets one probe kill. Gets one, gets 2 probes so far. That's okay damage. The Reaper does go down. And did we scout the tech? The answer is yes. Twilight Council was scouted once again. Lelix opening up charge. Oh, I mean, to be fair, thankfully, Nigrat, he's not going for the same build. He's not making Hellions. He's not going Reactor Hellion, Reactor Reaper. He's going into Widowmine defense instead, or into a Widowmine drop. So he is varying up his build, which means Lelix should not lose as many workers this time. And he might be able to... Oh, never mind. Goes for a third. I was going to say he might be aggressive himself, but now going for a third base. rushing into a much faster third base compared to game 1. Wintermine drop is moving out, and the hallucination does find the drop. Very nice. And drop has been found. The LXT does respond, and this mine drop should not get much done. And behind this, we are going to Banshees. No upgrades though, not yet. Just getting hit by a tank, vanilla Banshees. And this time coming into the mid game here, or coming into the early to mid game, Lelix, he actually has an economy. Last game he died to the Hellions. Like it was brutal. But this time he has maintained his worker count. He deflects the Widow Mines. No major critical damage this time. So we have ourselves a game. Temple Archives gets thrown down, getting into Storm. Ooh, the medevac is not able to escape. Oh no, it's within range. Ooh, and it does go down. Massive pick-off, 0 damage here from Nicaract. But here comes the push. You pull the boys, and we are going for, if you remember what we said at the beginning of the game, going for a ByuN move out, a Vanilla Marine stimulus push with tanks. Let's go. So it is going to be, I say stimulus push, it is going to be an all-in. So we're going for the all-in. Basically, these Marines are not really built for damage. They're built to buffer for the tanks. The tanks, that's what really deals damage alongside the Banshee as well. That's how we're pushing pre-stim. Storm is not done. The third base is under fire. And there's just barely anything to defend here. Lelix, he's failed to see the move out. He failed to scout. And Nicaract, he's here to end the game. He's here to end it. Push into the natural, takes out the Zealots, getting on top of the pylon. That is Narcosis pylon. Ooh, and everything gets depowered. And Storm is not going to finish. Like, Storm is just too far away. And again, Lelix, he failed to spot the move out. He was distracted by the Widowmine drop. He defended it well against the drop play. That is true. But he was caught with his pants down. It wasn't just that he failed to scout the move out, but he also, remember, got a fast third. Remember, he was greedy. He was greedy this game, and he gets punished for that greed. Storm is finishing up in 5 seconds. Boys are being pulled. Natural goes down. And 1 Storm is not good enough. The High Templar gets started. 0 Storms. GG gets called. And Nicaract, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. Nicaract, he will claim the series. Because of his playstyle, we didn't really get to experience too much of the map itself. Just 2 base all-ins. 2 base all-ins. I mean, game number 1, it was different just because he had dealt critical damage early on with Hellion and with Banshee Harass. Here in game number 2, Lelix was being greedy, rushing into a third base. He failed to scout the all-in. He failed to scout the move-out. So he was caught with what? He was caught with his pants down, but yeah, GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Nicaract, he does advance on into the next round, and we should be following him into those quarterfinals. Let's go. Let us go, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. Bam, here we go. So from the top, we have ByuN. ByuN, he's waiting for the winner of Art and Rebellion. They're facing off in a PvP when it goes up against Art. Sorry, when it goes up against ByuN. Meanwhile, we have Christiana versus Triple when it goes up against the winner of Geralt and Hacker is top. So we got a lot of Protoss representation there in the center. We have SHIN. SHIN is up against Marine King. Marine King, that is not MKP. Bear that in mind. It is a fan of StarCraft and a fan of Marine King, I'm sure. But SHIN is up against Marine King. They're facing off in a ZVT when it goes up against Nicaract. Scoring down, we have Creator. Creator, he takes down Dave Littles 2-0. Creator waiting for the winner of Percival and Azura. Oh boy, here we go. So ideally, as you can see, the reason why we dove on Nicaract versus Lelix, one, it was one of the most high-profile first-round matches. I mean, there were others, like Art versus Rebellion, or like Percival versus Azura, for sure, 100%. But we wanted to at least catch some SHIN, right? SHIN, he is looking poised to face off against Nicaract in the next round, but of course, we'll see. We'll see if that comes to pass. Of course, it is going to be on SHIN to bring down Marine King. So best of luck in that initial match. So I'm mid-series, and we're going to have a little bit of downtime here until we have our next set of players. Oh boy. But otherwise, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Hope you're all having a great time. And I also look forward to seeing more mid-game, at least, in these upcoming matches. Again, Nickrat and Lelix, the games ended before they really got going, so we didn't really get to experience much of the maps or much of the mid-game whatsoever between the two players. I'm sure we'll get there coming into our next set of matches. Likewise, we'll see if... I mean, I was gonna say we'll see who can stop like the top players from facing off against each other, but we have some really stark representation here. We have ByuN, we have SHIN, we have Creator, we got Geralt, we got Christiana as well. Geralt, who has been beating ByuN recently. Like, Geralt has been I mean, if you recall, during the September finals, Geralt did have his way with ByuN in longer later games, in the mid game and the late game in TVP. But I want to say that part of that was also the maps. If you remember, I'm still shocked that ByuN played on Old Republic. Like, Old Republic looks brutal, and ByuN experienced that firsthand. You know, trying to defend on 4 bases on Old Republic seemed almost impossible in TVP. So, yeah, he did find that out the hard way, of course. Did find that out the hard way. And there is nothing but Protoss up there against ByuN, so best of luck, ByuN, best of luck. Aye, aye, aye. Best of luck. As for the time being, we are going to be going on a short break. Yeah, for the time being, we're going to be going on a short break. Also, shout out to Indy. Indy, he's also casting as well. Also casting in Polish.
I don't even know if I've ever heard anybody eat after.
So I'm just trying to open up the stream. I think Indy was covering... He should have been covering Geralt, right? Should have been. But yes, for now, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we should be jumping into SHIN/Marine King into Nickrat. Should be the next series. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh. Oh, test there we go. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second round, to the quarterfinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 108. We, of course, were covering Nickrat earlier in his first round match. Now we're following him here into the quarterfinals. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Satellite Years, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg for Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Huevito Gaming. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran player himself for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. And we get to experience one of the other quirkier maps in the map pool. Let us go. So initially we have our main base. Fine. We have our natural expansion ramp coming into the natural. True, that's a bit of a more unique feature nowadays. It is not often seen to have such a secure natural base. Because of the high ground natural, though, it does mean that this area in between the bases is more vulnerable. This area in between the natural and the linear third base, and the ramp coming into the third base is quite large, quite wide. On top of that, we have an even bigger entrance towards the left-hand side as well into that third expansion. So the third base is a little bit more exposed. I remember we had a brief discussion as to whether or not that was intentional. You can see here that the cabling kind of ends early. It looks like there was maybe meant to be like extra terrain here to close this area off a little bit more. So again, this is quite wide open, but this is featuring something that I don't think we've seen in quite some time, if not ever. We have the third right next to the fourth. We're on the same kind of like base location here, so you have a third and fourth base right next to each other, so it'll be much easier to expand forward and to take your fourth expansion, your fourth base. It's going to be easy to expand, but again, the third base is more vulnerable, so we'll see if we can survive and actually claim the third expansion. On top of that, we have, of course, the Zelnaga towers in the center. You can open them up, you can knock down the rocks and gain access. You have the high yield gas bases in the center of the map as well, towards the top of center left and center right as well. And we'll see if they come into play. Yo, for now, a big shout out to Maddie76 in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing for the second time, for the second month with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Pappy, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it, as we're of course still delving into our fresh series. And again, predictions are still open for a couple of seconds, so place your bets while you can. Coming into this, SHIN is going to be the favorite player for sure. He's favored to maybe even make it all the way to the finals, but Nickrat is one that can threaten him for sure. Behind this, third TC before Starport, economic opener out of Nickrat. And we'll see how SHIN does embrace this ZVT. Now, sure, we can talk about the maps. The other thing, of course, is the new patch. Now, we actually haven't seen much ZVT at all on this channel with the new patch. We've casted a lot of tournaments already, but very few ZVTs. They just haven't been happening, just because there's been barely any Zerg representation, any Zerg signups. So stepping into this, I'm curious to see, as SHIN goes for a 320 lair time. I was gonna say I'm curious to see if SHIN goes for his Roach base opener into, and there it is, there's that Roach horn. If he goes for a Roach base opener as he skips link speed, skips link speed, goes into Roaches, into Roach Infester, into Ultra Tech, and then maybe make use of that Microbial Shroud. I would say that goes hand in hand, but that depends on whether or not Nickrat survives the initial Ultra timing, right? The Ultra timing is very strong, and again, this is a very greedy build here. Remember, as we mentioned, this is a 320 lair timing. This is insanely fast because we are skipping link speed, and because we are delaying the third base. True, right? You can see here the third base is very late for SHIN, so basically a 2-base opener, gasless opener into lair, into Roaches, into a delayed third expansion. And I mean, this is a map to build on. Why? Because of the ramp. True, gasless openers are much more viable here because the natural is so secure. So we got some hybrid greed out of SHIN. He's cutting corners, taking up. I'm gonna say hybrid greed, like his third base is delayed. Oh, we see why as well. We're going into the Spire. Remember, Mutaplay was buffed, of course. The Spire, it's cheaper, of course, takes less time to reduce, takes less time to build, and we're going into Mutaplay. That was another option here on the table with the faster lair. We're still investing into Roach speed, +1 carapace is on the way. So we're still investing gas into these upgrades. But so far unscouted. Hellions, they try to break their way in. So far, SHIN is keeping up. But again, I would say it's just much more difficult to try to punish and try to scout on this map just because of how secure your natural base is here. You can even see the drone behind this ready to fully wall off just in case. So if the Hellions, if they try to rush past, we can wall. Likewise, Legion on patrol here at the Reaper Cliff. Spire's almost done, and Nikrat has no idea. Nikrat, he has yet to scout the main base, he has yet to scan. Double jump across the map. Does go for his own 3 CC211. Ooh, okay. So, because of the build of choice for Nikrat, this does hit later because of the faster third base, but this can do a lot of damage, actually. How many roaches? 0. There's soon to be 4. With 0 roaches, these lings are going to go down. The queens are exposed. And the mutas are going to struggle. There it is. Mutas are revealed, but there's the first stim. Takes out 1 muta immediately. Boys are being pulled. And Shin, he's going to lose far too much here. Losing 1, 2, 3, 4 mutas go down. 5! He gets 5 mutas. Oh my god. He almost resets the muta counter. Takes down 10 drones. Hellions, they hit the right-hand side. And this is critical damage. This is critical damage. And Shin, he tried to rush into mutas. He tried to be cheeky, but he gets punished. He does get punished for his build. Nikrat takes a massive lead. And Shin, he has no mining at the third base. Again, he's down to 1 muta. The muta play was not worth it. Remember, why wasn't it worth it? Why was it shut down so hard? Because of the build, because of the 3CC211, the early stim timing, designed to hard counter muta play. I don't even know if Nikrat expected mutas, to be honest. He just showed up in the main and was like, oh, let's go. It all ended up, it all worked out well, and now he can move in for the kill. Now, ideally, you want to wait for 1-1, right? 1-1 upgrades are on the way. Ideally, you want to wait for this. We have the infestation pit in production here for Shin. He needs infestors to survive. He needs those fungal growths. And we spoke earlier how open this third base is. Now, this is going to help Shin, as he's going to have a better arc, a better concave with these roaches. He'll force back Nikrat. It does mean tanks are going to be less effective as they benefit from choke points. Nikrat, he rotates towards the left-hand side instead. Ooh, these roaches are getting caught out. Yeah, they overextend. Big overextension. 4, 5, 6 roaches going to be falling. Clearing up all the creep. We spoke about how accessible this low ground is. And piles are not going to connect. Oh, they do connect with the medevacs. But Marines, they can stim. They can win. Yeah, roaches, they kind of hold their own. We have 12, so we have 13 more roaches in production. The piles, ooh, they do connect. Yeah, piles do connect. A tank taking a lot of damage. And Shin is barely surviving, is barely holding on. But it's just such an inefficient fight here, such an inefficient hold. As Nikrat, he can just back off, regroup, and keep rallying. Here we go. As Nikrat is pushing forward. Getting caught unsieged. Yeah, getting caught out. Yo, we got the 1 muta. Let's go. We got the 1 muta chasing him down. Yeah, thankfully Shin does not keep pushing. Nikrat, he does expand towards Shin, takes a triangular third base, now getting his 4th up and running as well. And Nikrat, he's miles ahead. He's on a 4-base economy against a 3-basing Zerg player. Oof. Against a Zerg player that's stuck on a Ravager with minimal upgrades. Infestors will help, but they will help with their fungal growths. Remember, when it comes to the microbial shroud upgrade, I mean, it is an upgrade. So it takes a lot longer to get into. Fungals are going to be a must. Jump to main. Takes down the final muta. The enemy list does go down. Here comes the main push. Shin always distracted. 1 fungal does land. Not bad. There's a chain fungal. Yeah, the fungals are connecting. Tanks are exposed. And Nikrat here overextends. Yeah, he should not have sieged. He should not have sieged up. The tanks are going to go down. A much better fight for Shin. The job is gaining value at least. Did Nikrat reset the infestor count? He did not. Yeah, both infestors did survive. So Shin, he has to rely on this. He has to rely on just better fights, better engagements. He has potential with those spellcasters. Nickrat takes down 2 more tanks. The Roach Ravager, I mean, SHIN, he's all in. He has to break through here and now. This is his moment. This is his time. Nickrat is kiting back. If Nickrat can somehow survive this, then he will take it. Bowser's run away. Roach to get into the middle line. Ooh, the boys are fighting. SCVs are going down. Wiles, they once again zone away. That's a lot of SCV kills. Oh, Roach, they peel off towards the planetary. It's going to be 16 dead SCVs. Roaches get behind the planetary. Again, very desperate moves here by SHIN, but so far he's pulling it off. Now what's scary, SHIN, he kills 18 SCVs, SHIN is still behind. SHIN, he's still behind economically. And now he's working on link speed. Yo, let's go. We got the 11:30-minute link speed. Let's go. Link speed is on the way. +1 melee. He's trying to switch into link main Roach Ravager. Still very tense. The creep is non-existent. You can see there's no tumors. There's 0 active tumors. We have 1 tumor on the way. So 0 creep just because of how aggressive and how assertive Nickrat was. 5th base is going to be denied. Takes down one of the Ravagers. Ghost production has begun. Bearing in mind that there are no Banelings, right? The 0 Banelings currently here for our Zerg player. Baneling speed is done. There we go. Banelings just now morphing in just in time. So he's reaching his, I don't want to say final form, but he's reaching like his a decent army composition of link main Roach Ravager. He got there. Meanwhile, Nickrat has to be careful. Does siege. Does siege up. Fungos are on the way. They do graze the army. Baneling's gonna be crashing in. And it looks like there's another wave of Banelings on the way. It might just barely be enough. It is. Yeah, it is barely enough. Breaks through the ghost. At the same time, we'll lose 10 workers. But SHIN does hold. And you can also see just how much more efficient the Banelings are trading. Like Banelings, they brought down a lot of ghosts in that fight. That was 2 ghosts. I'd say a lot. 2 ghosts do go down. Whereas otherwise it would have survived. SHIN doing what he can to live. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oh, his Banelings don't quite connect. They catch the ghost at least. More Banelings on the way. And there are enough Banelings. Yeah, there are plenty. With that SHIN, he should hold on. A lot of supply in medevacs. Oof. Nickrat has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. And SHIN, he's trying to stabilize, but you can see here he has not been redroning. He hasn't had the opportunity to. So even though SHIN is surviving, he's still very all in. Like, he's very committed, very all in. As the game progresses, Nickrat should be able to outscale him. If the game progresses, though. The Miles. Oh, once again, they connect. Miles are connected. There goes. Split back. Does split the ghost. Snipes hopping up. Snipes are decent. Yeah, Roach Ravager's running out. Boys are being pulled. GG gets called. SHIN, he runs out of steam. Remember, he was all in, and Nickrat, he will survive. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that SHIN, with that Nickrat, he does claim a lead in the series. Again, SHIN, he was hyper aggressive. He was very all in just because the early game went so poorly for SHIN. Winding it back, as a reminder to how the game opened up, SHIN tried to rush into Muta. It was on SHIN. Remember, he went for a 320 layer timing, rush into Muta, and he lost every single Mutalist. 1 Muta survived. 1 Muta survived. That was not worth it. It was not worth it at all. He was shut down, and with that Nickrat, he snowballed out of control. SHIN, he was always barely surviving, always barely hanging on. He never had the economic lead. He was always behind economically the entire game, and towards the end, he was just all in. Like, he had to end the game with that push. He failed to do so. GG. GG, well played, and Nickrat does take lead in the series, and we'll see if Nickrat can claim it here and now. Here we go. As we're going to be loading into Magnetic North. We also got to see the army composition come into play for SHIN, where despite being despite falling behind, he was actually able to take some better fights. He was able to outtrade Nick Grant, able to have some decent Baneling connections. The Biles were connecting as well. Like, I will say that's like some of the fights were much more impressive for SHIN, but the economy just wasn't there, right? It didn't matter at the end of the day. Didn't matter without an economy. And now we're loading into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Magnetic North. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Magnetic North, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. Representing Weibo Gaming WBG, it is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. We go. Leading the series 1-0. One more game away from claiming the series. And welcome to Magnetic North. This is a rush map. Here we do have, once again, a ramp coming into the natural. So we have a secure natural base. Once again, we have this area in between the bases that is a little more abusable. And then we have the third location. Now, the third base initially, I would say, is pretty secure. As the game progresses, it can open up. We do have rocks here on the right-hand side that can be knocked down. We have a base wall here of minerals, which also can be mined out. We have a high-yield gas geyser base here as well. It's basically half an expansion, half a base. But we also have not just one, we have another high-yield gas expansion. Crazy? Oh, maybe I am. Wait, was that removed? Okay, let's go. Am I crazy? Did we not have a high-yield gas base here? Did I lose my mind? Hold on. Am I thinking of another map? Maybe I am crazy. I might be thinking of a different one. Here we go. So I'm opening this up. Yes, now we do have our standard opener, hatch gas pool out of SHIN. Meanwhile, Nick Grant opening up standard as well. Okay, yeah, I think I might have just lost my mind. Am I crazy? Was there another map which had a linear base here, which was like high yield gas base? I guess it wasn't Magnetic North. What map was I thinking of? Hold on, Drummy though. Yes, it was updated. Oh, well, there you go. Aye. I thought I was losing my mind. Okay, so thanks for updating us in the chat. So for those that are curious, this base here used to be a high yield gas base, and it looks like they've gotten rid of it. Oh, okay. That was one of the features that I liked here, which made it a little bit different. But I guess they didn't like that there were so many players that were rushing into this high yield gas base. If they updated it, when are we updating Missing You? It was updated, yeah. So it looks like they got rid of that. Okay, I thought I was losing my mind. I was like, am I crazy? What's going on? Oh, they moved it. Oh, they moved it to the corner. Unless that was already was that always there? I think that was one of the criticisms, right? Were there 3 high yield gas bases? There was this one, and this one. Either that or they moved it. But okay. Okay, so just recalibrating. Behind this, we do have the Hyperflight Rotors on the way. So Nick Grant going into Speed Banshees. Typically, traditionally, when we open up Speed Banshees like this, 1-1-1, this leads into mech. But this might just be a more viable bio composition, bio or standard follow-up into bio as well. Now that, of course, the change has been made and Hyperflight Rotors is more accessible. So we'll see. We shall see. Lings, they do poke in. They do get a couple of SCV kills. 2, 3 SCVs going to be going down. And our eyes are open looking for another set of factories. As this would typically coincide with Battle Mech, but Battle Mech is less viable nowadays. There it is. It is mech, okay. So again, seeing Hyperlight Rotors, it screams mech, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be mech because of the change of the Cyclone. No shot, Nickrat is going into Battle Mech here. Okay, show us what you got. Let's go. I assumed that it was changed to the point where it just wouldn't be viable at this level of play, but maybe it still is. Of course, the big change is that the lock-on takes longer to, or once it's broken, the cooldown is a lot longer here for the Cyclones. So there is a window in time where after it breaks where it cannot relock on. It's Banshees, they move in on the right-hand side. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot drones. So far, getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Not bad. Not a bad start. At the same time, Hellies, they rotate over towards the base. That's going to be a kill that'll cancel. Ay, ay, ay. They kill the 4th. Hellies pushing in. Once again, Shin trying to go into Lingbane Muta. But he's going to be broken. Yeah, there's no Bailey defense. There's no roaches either. Hellies, they can just bust into every single mineral line. Drones are going to go. No, they're fighting. The drone's forced to fight. That's all they can do. And every single drone's going to go down. A brutal barbecue here. 20 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Now, thankfully, it's going to be a one-way trip, and Shin, he will clean this up. That's still 21 workers. And again, there was no Bane support here. We were lacking Zerglings. And we're trying to rush into Muta play. Checking the vision here, Nickrat, he did not get into the main. He's not aware. He's not aware of the Mutas. Blue Flame is on the way. Now, what's scary about what's happening right now is that this is good damage, right? This is very nice damage for Nickrat. But you tell me, what shoots up? What? We got Hellions, we got tanks, we got some Hellions, and we got tanks, and we got some Banshees. Nothing shoots up, and there we go. Whew, we do scan the main, seize the spire. We have 0 anti-air right now. we need some Cyclones. We need anything. We need anything, Pappy. We need to shoot up. Get some Thors going, get some Cyclones going. The Mutas are coming. Lings taking across the map. 3 SCV kills, 6 Mutas on the way, and we have begun Cyclone production. But again, the Cyclone is far, far weaker nowadays as well. It's not going to be the best anti-air. The best that Nickrat can hope for is to distract, is to buy some time, counterattack, and keep the Mutas busy while we build up more Cyclones. Bearing in mind there's no Magfield accelerators, there's no upgrade. Just now beginning. Oh, Banshee's being thrown away. Yeah, this is not the call to make. 1, 2, 3, 4 Banshees being thrown away. Hellions, they get into another mineral line, but they're going to be thrown away as well. And this means that Nickrat plummets in the army supply. This is his army. He has a tank, he has a Cyclone, he has a couple of Hellions. Shin, he could just counterattack. And Nickrat just throwing away far too much. Mutas don't quite commit. There are some turrets, true. We have 2 turrets at the natural, 2, 3 turrets here at the 3rd. Turrets covering the main. Nickrat, he's secure. But I'll be honest, I'm not entirely convinced here by the Battle Mech, but we'll see. Like, to be fair, I haven't seen Battle Mech play out in the current patch. I just assumed it wouldn't be good enough, but a lot of power is still there. Obviously, the biggest downside here is just how less flexible this army is. I was referring earlier to the lock-ons, and that's actually a pretty big change. The fact that the cooldown is as long as it is. Once the lock-on is broken. So now Shin can micro against it. Can break the lock-ons and keep pushing. Ooh, as these lock-ons will not be broken. Oh my god, that's going to be 2 Mutas going down. Another Hellion run by. Gonna be another 8 drone kills. Did I say 8 to 11? No minute walking. I had no minute walking there. 12 drone kills. Some miscontrol out of SHIN. The drones, they get stuck. They get trapped. But this is still very tense. Still very tense. SHIN's army supply is a little bit inflated because of the roaches. But for the most part, his army is still terrifying. He's got infestors. He has fungal growths. Nickrat will try to push in. But again, this is a very delicate army for Nickrat. He cannot get caught on creep. If he does, I mean, that'll be game. Speaking of, Fungal does catch 2 Hellions. 2 Hellions get caught. Another Fungal doesn't quite land. Ooh, does catch the Cyclones. Yeah, he gets caught out. He gets caught out. We're out of Fungals, though. Yeah, the Fungals have run out. Cyclones, they can chase. Yeah, big overextension, getting 3 Infestors. Oof. 3 Infestors do go down. That's a lot of fungal growths. A lot of fungals are spent. But SHIN does hold. SHIN, he holds, he remaxes. We have 19 more roaches on the way. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Nickrat. Ay, ay, ay. Now going for the Greater Spire. This time SHIN does react. And he shuts down the Hellions. Hellions are cleaned up. SHIN, he's maxed. Time to push. And behind this, I mean, we have some tank set up, that is true. But this is going to be a tough hold for Nickrat. The tanks are unsieged. Not quite in position. Yeah, the high ground base is just forfeit. Boys being pulled. Some of the SCVs will escape. Okay. Does pull away. Save some of the workers. Some of the workers are saved. Tanks, they're going to be going down. They clump up. Ooh, that's going to be 3 dead tanks. And behind this SHIN, he's going to be incorporating Vipers. Viper production has begun. Greater Spire is complete. We could even see the new Broodlord, but I don't know if it's necessary. Could see it. It's a kill. It takes down another expansion. How many Thors do we have? 4 Thors, 12 tanks. Nickrat is still building them. Now, what's impressive here is that Nickrat, he is slowly maxing out. Like, he's getting there. His army is amassing. He's almost maxed. And SHIN, he needs to slow this down. He's going to have those 3 Vipers. It's going to come down to the Thors, whether or not they can zone them away. Infestor's coming in from behind, and Neural is done. Here comes the surround. Yeah, Blinding Clouds covering most of the tanks. Almost every single tank does get covered. Mass Blinding Cloud. And here come the Neurals. Yeah, Neurals from behind. We just surround the army. And Nickrat, he should lose everything here. Losing all the tanks, losing all the Thors. 2 tanks left. And SHIN, he's still maxed. SHIN, he instant remaxes. And we're looking to force the ace match. We're looking to force at game 3. Again, we had a back and forth. As we mentioned before, Nickrat, he dealt some critical damage early on, but he didn't quite confirm the muta play until a little bit later. He had a bit of a later reaction, later response. He lost a lot of momentum. And following that, he bled out a lot of Hellions trying to be overly aggressive. And the second wave of aggression just wasn't worth it for Nickrat. This also doesn't seem the best map for mech when it comes to turtling up. The map is a little bit more open. There's a lot more angles of attack as well. There's less high ground. But at least we got to see mech again after quite some time. First time I'm seeing mech on the new patch. Had its moments, of course. Had its moments. SHIN who bleed out 7 more drones. Now moving out. With the help of the Vipers, he should be able to break through the siege line. We have a very nice spread, though. I will say that. Very nice spread. There's a dive. Covering most of the tanks. And going for the neural. Despite that, the tanks, they do survive. Yeah, massive tank shots going off for the Roaches. Baileys, they cannot engage. Okay. Nickrat, he holds. Impressive. He does hold on. A bit of an awkward fight there for SHIN. Again, lacking Zerglings, and now he's switching into Ultra. Switching into Ultra, and do you see what I see? Microbial Shroud is on the way. Let's go. We're getting there. I haven't seen it yet. I've yet to see Microbial Shroud in any competitive game. I mean, the patch hasn't been live for too long. But it's built for this. It's ideal for breaking these siege lines. Especially on a map which isn't necessarily built to turtle up. SHIN is remaxed. There we go, 6 ultras on the way. Now, the upgrades are actually quite lacking for SHIN. He's only now working on +2 carapace. And kind of splitting only just now begun as well. Just now began. So the upgrades are a little bit lacking here, so ideally you do want to wait for them to kick in. Which means Nickrat, he has time to max out. Units being thrown away. At this point, they're dead supply. Now, if Nickrat was aware of what was happening, we would have to incorporate Ghosts, right? Like, Ghost Mech is going to be the ideal. As Ghosts, they can snipe and EMP the spell caches and also snipe the Ultras. Ultras now revealed. Pushing in towards the Planetary. Yeah, boys being pulled. Planetary should go down. Ooh, even filing down another one of those CCs. And Nickrat, he's basically all in at this point. He has no economy. He has no economy. He has no bases. He does have one massive army, but replenishing this army is going to be difficult. SHIN coming from behind. Collapsing on the tanks. Here come the Microbial Shrouds. They do cover some of the Ultras, but we need more Shrouds. They're making their way through. Blinding Cloud's jeez. The combination of Blinding Cloud and Microbial Shroud, pad. Yay. And the Ultras, they get on top of the tanks. They get on top. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will tab the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up, and we're going all the way to that final game. Let's go. Let us go. Now, again, winding it back here, SHIN, honestly, he could have done whatever he wanted towards the end. Like, he didn't have to go into Ultras and Microbial Shroud. He could have gone into Broodlords. He could have committed with Lingbane Roach Ravager as well. I do think he could have tried to pull that off to be more aggressive earlier on. But regardless, that's just how far ahead SHIN was. Unfortunately, Nickrat had a strong start and then a shaky early to mid game. That's where we saw him throw away a lot of units, throw away a lot of Hellions, throw away a lot of supply. He did have a bit of a awkward reaction to the mutas because it was so late, so he had to invest quite heavily here and have a hard switch into Cyclones, which is why he lost a little momentum. He threw away a lot of Hellions, attempting to harass afterwards as well, and with that, SHIN got very comfortable, very comfortable, had a very strong engagement on his side of the map, if you recall, where he was able to reset the tank counts. GG, well played. And now we're getting into the ace match. We'll see how this story ends. We'll see who will take it, as we're going to be loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. Let us go. But again, I do appreciate being able to see attempted mech again. It was really interesting as well, just because it was so heavily Hellion reliant as well. Remember that Nickrat, he only started Cyclones because of the mutas. If it wasn't for that, he was still just making purely Hellion into tank production. A more traditional form of mech, which makes sense in my mind. which makes sense considering, you know, the change to the Cyclone. You don't want to make them unless you have to. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the yellow Zerg player, the yellow Zerg player himself, the South Korean Zerg. For Weibo Gaming, it is SHIN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Here we go. Really interesting game in reference to the patch. I think the most interesting part about that game was the mech composition that Nicaract was going for. As we mentioned, because of the fix to the Cyclone, it meant that Battle Mech was not really a factor. So he opened up Hellion Banshee and then kept just pumping out more and more Hellions and then into tank production. Of course, it did things, everything just kind of like everything just kind of fell apart once he had to go into Cyclones, once he had to respond to the mutas because of the Hidden Spire. But the plan was never to go into Cyclones, it seemed like. It seemed like he was attempting to go for a more like traditional form of mech, but kind of everything fell apart. But here we go. Getting into game 3. Getting into that ace match. From here, just going for a standard opener. We'll see how Nicaract does develop from here. We've seen 3 different builds so far, 2 different builds. Game 1, we saw 3CC into a 2-1-1, 3CC 2-1-1. Game 2, we saw mech. Game 3, what do you have for us? Let's go. It's time for BCs. I know that Nicaract does have he's very fond of this BC build where he goes for an all-in with Hellbats. Does likes to mix it in every now and then. Show us what you got. Also, to be fair, talking about the patch, the other thing, of course, is mutaplay, right? SHIN, he's incorporated Spire and mutaplay every game so far in the series, as mutaplay is now more viable as well. True, true. That's also a new change. Now 3CC out of Nicaract. From here, we're not going for a faster second ranks, going 3CC into a 1-1-1 follow-up. Tech Lab is on the way from here. We can add assault. We'll see if we go into High Flight Rotor Banshees again or into something different. Eyes are on Nicaract. Also, welcome to Tourmaline. Didn't get to really discuss it too much, but welcome to one of the other newer maps in the TLMC21 map pool. As you can see here, it's a little more open, especially in between the natural and the third base. And because of how open it is here, it does feel like it would favor these mid-game pushes, as it's just a straight line across the map, straight in between the bases. So something like an ARAX I feel like would be favored on this map. But at the same time, because of the new patch, ARAXs are weaker. I should emphasize that. That was also a change that we weren't really considering or bringing into consideration when it came to judging for the TLMC21 maps. But now that Banelings are much more viable here, ARAXs are weaker. So that's less of a factor here. As for now, SHIN is going to be opening up roaches. It's going to be a 430 layer timing. Going for his Roach Horn, building up into Roach Ravager. This time shouldn't go for the Spire. This time it's a later layer, but we'll keep an eye on him. Behind this, going to Cloak Banshee into his bio setup. So this is, I would say, the most standard build we've seen so far out of Nicaract. The most standard build. Game 1, it was 3CC 2-on-1. Game 2 was mech. Here we have the double eBay after the third racks. If it was before, then we could lean towards something like an 8 racks. It's still on the table, I suppose. The Tuna. Let's go. I feel like that was quite efficient to quickly trade out the Branches and Hellions instead of rebuilding and building more depots. I would disagree with that statement, just because if you recall, because that was all thrown away, it meant that there was no pressure. There was nothing to pressure, nothing to stop Shin from just droning freely, from droning up to saturating up to 4 bases. The purpose of keeping the Hellion Banshee alive is to threaten, is to force out supply, get economic damage done, pull away. Because if you remember, after he threw away that army, then he had lost any momentum, and then Shin was just free to do whatever he wanted. That's something we were trying to emphasize. But that was just a byproduct of the meta play. As Hellions, they do get into the middle line. Yeah, they break through the Lings. 8 drones going to be going down, and we're getting even more. And where are the reinforcements? They're not out yet. Yeah, no, they're lining up. Oh my god. The drones light up. 18 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, that is brutal damage. And Hellions to get away. Which again is important. It's important that we're not throwing away the Hellions, that you retain them. They can be a part of a later fight. They can keep threatening mineral lines. And Nikrat has a very comfortable start here. Again, punishing Shin for delaying his Roach production. Here comes the main push. Behind this, going for a 4th CC on location. Does expand behind the army. So again, Nikrat, he's not all in. He's not all in, but he is pushing. Going for the 4th. And he should be able to bring it down. Yeah, there's no defending space. Hatchery does fall. From here we can rotate. And it will be difficult for Shin to expand. Shin behind this getting safety infestors. 3 infestors on the way. Stims in. Oh no! Oh, that's a kill! That's another kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses. Not like this. Let's say in the chat, I assume Marine King in the bracket isn't Marine King. You are correct. A Marine King is just an ID. Just a fan, I would assume. That is not MKP. Not MKP. Just a fan. They do collapse on Nikrat. At the same time, here comes the main push. Massive. Oh my god, the Fungals! Oh no, he stands to the west! The Fungals are crazy. There were no splits. There was no spread. The best Fungals that Shin could have hoped for. Now he can get on top of the tanks. Ay, ay, ay. Tanks are going to be going down, but he will still lose the expansion. He's holding on. Yeah, it does rotate, does hold. The final tank still survives. A messy defense here from Shin. Tank goes down with the base. It's gonna fall. That's another kill. No cancel. That's a 3rd kill in the 4th. Ay, ay, ay. Very messy. Yeah, very messy defense here. Had some strong moments, don't get me wrong, but took a long time to clean up those tanks. You saw that Shin, he rallied his Lings over towards the army, so he couldn't efficiently clean up the tanks. He lost more roaches. And again, he lost that 4th base for the 3rd time. He just can't expand. And even though he survived, even though he had a decent fight, Nikrat can rebuild. Nikrat, he has the better economy, he has a superior economy, he can rebuild, he can remax, and Shin is struggling. Shin needs another good fight. He needs another strong fight. See in the chat, no way Shin 3 to Spirit yesterday lose to Nikrat. I mean, I would say that Nikrat is in better form than Spirit. Spirit, he has been, especially post EWC, he was playing less StarCraft. Like, that is known. Spirit, he was actually off racing a lot of Protoss, if you recall. He was playing a lot of Protoss. Post EWC. He was smudging about the matchup. Here we go. Nick moving in once again. He's here to deny the fourth base once again. Pick up the puzzles. Decent connections. Oh, bios are connecting. They shut down some of the bio. Tank volley's going up, and Nickrat, he overextends. Yeah, he overextends. Nickrat, he cannot break the expansion, not this time. There is enough for a Ravager. At the same time, though, he kills the third. So kind of worth it. He kills the third base. The fourth survives without a cost. At the same time, same to Nickrat. Shin is supply blocked, and Nickrat, you can see that remax. You can see how quickly he rebuilds, how quickly he remaxes. As we mentioned, why is that so? Because of the fourth, because of the economy, the greater economy for Nickrat. He just rebuilds, remax, and Shin, he's running on fumes. He's just running on fumes here. Shin cannot keep up. Nickrat rushing forward. Takes down the base for the fourth time, and he's done it. Oh my god, does take some massive bounce to the base, but GG gets called. Nickrat has done it. Nickrat, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A strong showing here out of Nickrat. Aye. Does have a strong showing. Does take down Shin at 2-1, and does advance on to those semi-finals. Congratulations. My condolences to Shin here. Again, Shin, my condolences to Shin, as he is going to be knocked out of the tournament, and with that, no Zerg players remaining in the tournament here. We do have 2 series left. Let's go. We have our top 4 players. We have 2 Terrans and 2 Protoss. Let's go. Here we go, so we're getting into this. So just very quickly setting our players, but exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us go. But again, a very strong win here for Nickrat. This is also why we dove on Shin as quickly as we did at the beginning of the broadcast, because we wanted to make sure we got a little bit of Zerg gameplay before we were out of Zergs. We have our top 4 players. Here we go. We have we have ByuN versus Cristiano in the upper semis, and we have Nickrat versus Creator in the lower semis. Let's go. Here we go. We have our top 4. Just very quickly setting up as Veto's underway. There we go. Semi-finals. ByuN versus Cristiano. Also, I kind of glossed over it, but Cristiano did take down Geralt at 2-0. ByuN took down Art at 2-0 as well, so we had some 2-0, some faster series in the upper portion of the bracket. So much faster series. And Creator takes down Percival 2-0 as well, so we had the longest quarterfinals. So the other players were waiting a little bit longer. Bearing in mind for our tournaments, we do feature both semifinals, so we're going to be casting Nickrat versus Creator first, followed by ByuN versus Cristiano. Here we go. We have one followed by the other. And of course, shout to Indy. Indy's also casting in Polish. Also casting. This is how you're supposed to play. Can't let Zerg macro up. Spirit was going full turtle. I would disagree. It depends on the map, I would say. There are some maps where it is easier to turtle up and to max out on. I guess I can't really comment on Spirit's series versus Shin without seeing it ourselves. but you totally can just be more defensive, depending on the map, as we did mention. Here we go. I say that. Again, it depends on the games that were being played out, because especially now with like the new Broodlord, now with the new Microbial Shroud, like there are some bigger power spikes now for Zerg in the late game. True. Some power spikes that weren't actually there before. Now with the new Microbial Shroud, now there's actually a way to break a turtling player. True. Like that's another kind of thing to factor into current patches EBT. Likewise with the new Broodlord, there's more micro potential with the new Broodlord as well. Which means theoretically there should be more DPS outputs from the Broodlord as well, to be able to kite better and to trade better against more Thor heavy compositions. So yeah, that's also something to bear in mind, is those new power spikes that Zerg has in late game. The Baneling, of course. With the Baneling added extra HP, which means it can survive longer, like engaging into armies. That's something that I haven't seen yet, unfortunately. I haven't seen that kind of late game ZVT scenario for the time being. We had some longer late game or some longer games with Nickrat and SHIN, but they were very high intensity games. They didn't slow down too much. Ghost saying to Baneling's easier now. True, but that's more in like the transition period. That's like in the mid to late game, before you fully turtle up. But for sure, like there are definitely some stronger moments for Zerg now coming into longer ZVTs. If you're being more defensive, I would agree. As Vitas are done. Vitas are now done, and now we're getting into our first series. Let's go. We're getting into our first series. So Nickrat versus Creator. Vitas are now done. Game 1 is going to be on the Old Republic. Ooh, I'm a little bit surprised this made it through the vetoes, but we'll see. We shall see. I'm surprised. If you recall, the last time we saw Old Republic, we saw Geralt dominate ByuN in a longer and later game, but Nickrat has a very different approach, right? ByuN is very macro-oriented. He's very macro-oriented. He's very mid to late game. Nickrat, he's a little more aggressive. He's much more aggressive here. So we'll see how the turns do table coming into our first series. Let's go. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Old Republic, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is a Creator. We go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. Here we go, and again, welcome one and all to Old Republic. Coming into this map, we do have an interesting setup and layout here for our initial 3 bases. We have our high ground main base, we have the natural as well. We do have a ramp coming into said natural, which can be opened up a little bit further. We have this area, this pathway in between the natural and the third base, and I would say that your 3-base setup is relatively secure here on Old Republic, but I would say it's not really about the third base, it's about what comes next, the 4th expansion. Bam! The area, the length between the 3rd and the 4th base is quite long. It's very isolated from the 3rd base, and as a result, you spread yourself very thin in trying to defend your initial 4-base setup. Likewise, you can try to expand on the low ground, but the low ground is also more exposed as well, able to attack from the right-hand side or attack from the left-hand side if you knock down those rocks. So we have seen players struggle to defend on 4 bases on the Old Republic, so we'll see if our Terran player does take a slow approach. We know they won't. We'll see if Creator can keep up with the aggression of Nickrat. As we are expecting aggression initially, economic opener, going for the Rax expand, and we'll see where Nickrat takes us from here. Meanwhile, a big shout to Magnamon in the chat. God, Papi God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 9 months, Papi. Oh my God, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Do appreciate it. So we settle into our game. Enjoy Let's Map Analysis. I mean, it helps that we were like judging all these maps ahead of time. Like we already, like coming into this, we already have formulated opinions on all of these maps, and we already like kind of went through it already. So that is the benefit that we have. Is our benefit. We had some long nights going through all these maps, but yeah. Some long nights. Now there's Stargate open out of Creator. Interesting choice here. Sorry, I don't want to gloss over it. Going for a Stargate. Typically considered to be greedy. Stargate openers are ideal to give you a lot of mid-game presence, to shut down drops, and to potentially pick up some high target units as well. But this will be more difficult to defend against early game all-ins. Like 2 base all-ins specifically. Reaper goes in, and Nickrat, he will confirm. Okay, it does get eyes on the Stargate. Nickrat pulls away. He pulls away. Getting to his own 1-1-1 setup. Oh, and I mean, he does have to go into Vikings first. He's aware at least of the Phoenixes. So Vikings on the way, Cyclones as well. As Creator, are we just going to go old school and go Phoenix Colossus? Robo's on the way on 2 bases. I'm feeling Phoenix Colossus, Pappy. True. Can we get there? Getting up to a 3-gate setup. So playing very safely. Does catch initial Hellion. I mean, on the one hand, I mean, this map is large enough. The rush distance by ground might be large enough as well to be able to viably get into Phoenixes like this. The pressure's on Nickrat. Throws down 2 more Rexes. Building up more anti-air. And Creator's just getting comfortable. Moves in. We'll lose 1 Phoenix. 1 Phoenix goes down. Yep, there's the base. So we're going into Colossus on 2 bases. We are intentionally delaying the 3rd in favor of Colossus production. Meanwhile, here comes the push. Now, we just spoke about this, about how Phoenix openers do leave you vulnerable to early pushes like this, because your army is so small, right? Your army is so small, you have no charge, you have no blink. Phoenixes, they can lift up 1 unit at a time, but Creator, he just lost 1 of the Phoenixes, and Nickrat, his goal here is to break the 3rd. We'll see if he can. There is an Immortal, true. There is an Immortal to defend. Successful. Nickrat, he's moving in. Remember, this is going to be a vanilla move out, vanilla Marine move out. The no stim. No stim, no combat shields. Lock-ons on the Eps, the lock-ons get broken. So far, Creator, he's holding. Holds, he defends. Nickrat pulling back. And he fails to get much damage done here. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to be for Nickrat. The Colossus, they're coming. The Colossus are on the way. Phoenix, they counterattack. There's no turrets. Getting 1, 2, 3 SCV kills. Nice damage here by Creator. Nickrat coming in to intercept. Oh, and he will catch at least 1. Up. Oh my god, the lock-on is barely broken. There's a recall. 1 Phoenix goes down. Only the 1. And behind this, we're going for a TC. Okay, we're expanding. 3rd TC is on the way. Nickrat is expanding. He does move out. It's going to be delayed here by the Phoenixes. And once again, he's hitting pre-stim. Stim is still a ways away. And he's pushing into a Colossus up a ramp as well. We spoke about how exposed the 4th is, but remember, the 3-base setup is very solid. And nice force fields locking down the army. Ooh, the Vikings. Oh my god. Vikings go ham. They do get the first Colossus. Nice pickup. Okay. Colossus goes down. Stim is done. Has he done it? We can land the Vikings, man. We can land them. It's okay. He's trying to force his way through. There we go. Vikings, they try to land behind the army. Now the Colossus arrives, though. Gets the Immortal. Yeah, the Immortal goes down. And Nick Rat, he's so close to breaking through, but there's a shield battery. Yeah, with the help of the battery, the Colossus barely survives. Creator, he holds, he defends. And Creator, he doesn't lose a single probe. Doesn't lose any of his economy. He survives on 3 bases. That was very dedicated from Nickeract. Losing his Vikings, losing his Marauders, 18 Marines. It was close. It was close. Oh, that's an awkward fourth. Jesus. Expanding on the left-hand side. That I was not expecting. Okay. Once again, the 4th base is very exposed. It's very vulnerable. But so far, unscouted. Okay. Let's go. For now, Creator keeps up with the rotations. Does catch a free Marauder. Marauder and 2 Marines. Oh. So nice pick off set of Creator. Behind this, Nickeract getting his 3rd. Still reinforcing with ByuN. How many Vikings does he have? 6. Soon to be 8. Building up to 8 Vikings. Now, as Creator's establishing his army at his 4th location, this is where whoever has map control, which Nickeract currently has, he can rotate. He can pick and choose. Does he strike the 4th or does he hit the 3rd? You can see already just how far apart these 2 bases are, how difficult rotations are going to be. Assuming the Creator isn't already in position. Okay, he's got the Observer in the center. Does spot the move out. Ooh. The Observer gets spotted. Creator responds. At the same time, going for his own Zealot run by. Nickeract, he's still pushing towards the 3rd base. Creator, he's out of position. Yeah, this base is it's exposed. There's nothing here. Oh no! Yeah, he's racing on over. And he does not deny the warp in. Okay, the warp in will buy time. Stalkers have arrived. The base is getting very low. Can he get it? He can. Yeah, he can and he will. The base goes down. And again, this is the map coming into play. The bases are so spread out. How can you defend on 4 bases? You can't. Yeah, down goes a 3rd. We're overextending. Yeah, we're pushing into 3 Colossus, baby. Yeah, big overextension. Kills the base, but he will lose most of his army. Back at home, does defend. 7 SCVs go down. So initially it was solid, right? Initially he kills the base, but he commits to the fight. And Nickeract, he bleeds out 22 Marines, 10 Vikings. Stuck around far too long. And now Creator has momentum. He has momentum, he's moving out. Remember, the Viking count was reset. There's 1 Viking. 1 Viking against 3 Colossus. Soon to be 4. Okay, he just has to buy a little bit more time. Sorry, Nickeract, I meant to say. Had to buy a little bit more time. He has a better economy. EP goes up with the, oh god, the Colossus. Oh, the swipes! Oh my god! The Ghosts are going down, the Marines as well. Collapsing on top of the Colossus, they get away. And Colossus, they barely kite back. There's 1 Viking going ham. And Creator, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. As we mentioned, Nickeract, he just had a big, just overcommitted earlier, had a big blunder. Threw away too much supply, and Creator's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, he's going for the throats. He knows how close he is to ending the game. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Nickeract is broken, and Creator, he will take a 1-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Quite close, quite clutch actually. I was favoring Nickrak. Like Nickrak hit a very strong start at killing the expansion, trading well until he overcommitted. Right, he overcommitted into the Colossus. He threw away, what was it, 8 Vikings? 8 to 10 Vikings. They were thrown away, which means he lost a little momentum. He was forced back home. He bled out far too much in his push. Yes, he killed the expansion, but in the end, it was not worth it. And with that, GG. With that, GG well played. Creator snowballed out of control. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. We'll see if Nickrak can bounce back. We'll see if Creator can close it out. Let's go. Actually, watch the whole VOD of you going over the maps. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Again, if you're interested, in the comments of that YouTube video, there is the spreadsheet. There's the public spreadsheet, so you can get a little bit more in depth with some comments and with some of the other judges' comments as well. It's all there. It's all there. All public. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself, representing Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Nickrak. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is Creator. And welcome one all to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is another interesting map in the map pool. I would say is more difficult to defend on your initial 3 bases. So here we have our natural base. There's no ramp coming into the natural. We do have a ramp a little bit further out. It's a narrow ramp which can be abused. You can definitely punish players trying to push up this ramp if they don't knock down the rocks. There's another angle of attack here on the right hand side, and of course coming to the 3rd base we have a wide ramp on the left, we have a wide entrance towards the center, and another ramp in the center as well. So a lot of angles of attack here, and we have seen a bit of a back and forth between defense and defense, and successful defense or ineffective defense as well, or successful aggression. I'm still not entirely sold on what I favor more here, but I will say that the 3-base setup here is more exposed, right? Is more vulnerable, is more prone to aggression, is more prone to all-ins. And I'm leaning towards that kind of style out of Nickrak. The rush to spy ground is shorter than that on Old Republic. So we should not be seeing a Stargate opener this time. One of the prerequisites to get away with a Stargate opener is a larger map, right? So going for a Stargate on Old Republic makes more sense, similar to how we see it sometimes on Tokamak or Maganatha. On the smaller maps, I would lean against it. I hope to see Twilight Council play, maybe even a Robo as well. Show us what you got. Oh, meanwhile, for the first time this series, Double Gas opener out of Nickrak, going for a faster factory, delayed CC from our Terran, going for a much more tech-heavy start. And there it is, Twilight Council in the main. More to be expected here from Creator. But Nickrak still has to confirm. Behind this, going into Reactor to Reaper. Reactor to Reaper Hellion. A little bit more committed. Oh, thank you, Picard. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. So Nickrak, he does give chase. Not bad. He will get the Adept. Adept is going to be hunted down. From here, he can keep pushing. Back at home, we're trying to set up a wall. And the army is coming. Zeroes down the gateways. So 3-gate blink. And he does fully wall up. Ooh, the Hellions are trying to squeeze their way through. They do take down one of the Adepts. Yeah, shield battery is done. Boys are being pulled. And Nickrak gets in. Gets into the main. Rushing into the main base, going for the mineral line. He does get the Adept. Now out of range of the shield batteries. Not bad. Really nice pickups. Nickrack trading well. Even escaping with a Hellion pack. Yay, yay, yay. Going back in, he did of course confirm the Twilight Council, being as annoying as possible. And behind this, going for early stim. So much earlier stim here. It looks like a 2-base all-in. No starport. No starport. We have a 3-1-1 setup or 3-1 setup. Delayed starport, earlier stim, earlier reactors, earlier marine production. And this may even hit without any medevacs. This can hit with like 2 to 3 tanks. You pull the boys, you commit to the all-in. And what's scary is that Creator hasn't seen any of this. Do we have a sentry? The answer is no. Ooh, 0 sentries, 0 hallucinations, going for a 3rd base. Oh boy. So it's going to be a thankfully it was a Robo first. So Robo followed by the 3rd expansion. So with this, he can get, I was going to say he can go for an observer across the map. He's going for the War Prism. He can apply some pressure. But things are looking up for Nickrack. Just waiting for those upgrades. Once they kick in, then he can go. Scouts the 3rd base timing. I'm sure he's feeling good. Yeah, here he comes. Here comes the move out. And as we mentioned, no starport. No starport, no medevacs. Now, because there are no medevacs, it means that every stim counts. Every stim counts, so you have to be very careful with how and when you stim. If you've got like 2 good stims in you, don't want to waste them. As Stalkers, they get caught out. And we're still holding on to those stims. Pushing up the ramp. Trying to win himself into the base. The Cyclone does go down. There's the first stim. First stim does pop up, and he does not get the Prism. Ooh, Prism gets away. Tanks do siege. And he's pushing into the natural. Ooh, Prism goes down. Miscontrol there by Creator. Takes down the Prism, getting into all the pylons, depowers the gateways. Robo does pop, sorry, the Immortal does pop. Oh no, the Immortal gets targeted. Nice pickup. And Nickrack, has he done it? Does he have enough? It's close, he's overstimmed. Yeah, he does. GG gets called, he breaks through the defenses, and Nickrack, he will tab the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Nickrack, he did embrace the 2-base all-in. Creator, he failed to scout. He failed to scout, failed to recognize what was going on. No hallucination scout out of Creator. He did not see the all-in coming. As a result, he went for a faster expansion. He also got caught out on the map as well. He was unable to slow it down. GG. GG, well played. Not just that, but we did mention how the rush distance by ground is shorter on Ruby Rock, so all-ins make more sense. And likewise, he didn't push towards the 3rd, pushed in between the natural and the 3rd base as well. Was able to make use of that ramp, make use of the terrain. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match. We'll see how this story ends. Here we go. Turned into a disaster. Well, I mean, again, a lot of it came down to just the lack of scouting, the lack of awareness for Creator. He was not aware of the all-in until it was already pushing across the map. So he had a late reaction, late response. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. We're going to be loading into a larger map this time. Okay, we're going to be loading into a larger map. Going to be loading into Throne of the Dunes. I still find it weird that the V is there, but it's fine. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Throne of the Dunes, we have the Red Terran. We have the Red Terran player himself, representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Nickrack. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have its opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. It is a Creator. Go. A patch effect due to less energy? I would not say so. If you remember, there was no hallucination scout, but there was no sentry. If you recall, there were no sentries early on to actually scout anyway. If you recall, the adepts were hunted down. Typically, I would say the Creator was relying a little bit more on set adepts and on set follow-up to scouts. Meanwhile, Creator, looking to be spicy, throws down the proxy. Let's go. Throws down the pylon and sets up the proxy gateway. Let's go. So an aggressive build here from Creator. We'll see if he can punish Nickrat, as Nickrat does open up a double gas. Ooh, double gas opener, faster factory, faster Hellion, a much safer start for the Terran player. But what I will say is that this can still lead into a CC on the low ground, which could still be denied. Overall, I'm favoring Nickrat's position. No SCV scout across the map. Zealot is on the way. So we should be chronoing out a Zealot to run across the map into Stalker, into Adept. Typically the Adept is made at home so we can shade across the map faster. And the goal should be to delay and to try to cancel the CC. Or at least delay. And just cause a little chaos early on. Factory's on the way. Hallucination being less good incentivizes skipping them. I mean, that's true. You can definitely say that. I say that tentatively just because despite the nerf, like, Protoss players are still opening, like most of them are still opening Sentry anyway for earlier scouts. Obviously not this game as we're rallying across the map. CC is going to be delayed. Nice pickoff. Takes down the SCV. So if I guess 3 workers, 4 SCVs going down, already brutal damage. Third Stalker has arrived, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here, getting 4 SCV kills. And again, he's trying to hold on, trying to defend the natural. I don't think he can. Yeah, no shot. He cannot defend that natural base. Stalkers, they give chase. And this is already critical damage. Already critical damage is being dealt. Oh, bit of miscontrol of the Creator. Loses one of the Stalkers. Okay. That should not have happened. Oh. Leading out one of the Hellions. Nickrat, he will clean this up. And we'll see where we are in the aftermath, as both Stalkers are hunted down. Okay, looking at the losses here, 5 SCVs. 5 SCV kills, and of course a heavily delayed natural base. And of course all lost mine time, right? All the mine time has been lost as well. So brutal start for Nickrat. At the same time, the Nexus was delayed. True, right? Like, getting a second gateway here does delay the expansion, but overall, Creator is in a better position. Following up with a Stargate. Okay. I was not expecting that. Stargate follow-up. That's a little bit scary here, as Nickrat, he has momentum. He's pushing out across the map. He has a lot of sentries, so he has a lot of Reapers. What is it to defend? 2 Adepts. Thankfully, there's an Oracle. Okay. If this was a Phoenix, I was terrified. I was terrified that the game would just end. But thankfully it's an Oracle, not a Phoenix. Adepts are being hunted down. Does get one, should get the other. Yeah, both Adepts fall. Now we're busting in. And again, if this was a Phoenix, the game would be over. But thankfully, the Oracle's coming. The Oracle's on the way. Another Adept falls. And the Oracle should clean up. Yep, shuts down the Reapers and does hold. Does hold, does defend. A chaotic early game here for Nickrat and Creator. Very chaotic. As the dust settles, Creator does have the worker advantage. Does have the worker lead. Ooh, cleans up all the Reapers. Hellions as well. And now we're embracing a longer and later game. Getting into the mid game. Building up. Now from the Oracle, we're going to Phoenixes, so we have a Phoenix follow-up. The Banshee follow-up is going to be that much weaker as a result. Let's try Phoenixes to shut them down to punish. Phoenixes are amassing. Creator, he does take all 4 gases on 2 bases, so he's playing safe. I mean, after the chaotic start, I don't blame him. We just pulled the... Oh, let's go! We pulled the boys! The boys are being pulled. Nickrat, he's all in. The Phoenix, sorry, the Oracle does miss the move out. Ooh, what about the Stasis, though? Oh, no! Stasis goes off. Does catch the tank. Very nice. Tank gets caught. Creator, he's now aware. He's getting ready back at home. Shield batteries are on the way. He's got 2 shield batteries in production. Without the tank, he needs it. Oh no, speaking of. Yeah, Creator, he knows that the win condition here is to get the tanks across the map. But the tank will survive. The Oracle gets thrown away. Uh-oh. But he's buying time. He was buying time here for the shield batteries. Immortal production has begun, but only just now starting. Can Nickrat, can he get on top of the Robo? Can he get on top of the Robo in time? It's being chronoed. It should pop out. It should pop out. The Immortal's coming. Tank does siege. There's another Oracle to defend. And Nickrat, he's breaking through. Oh, I spoke too soon. Leading out a lot of Marines, so the Immortal has arrived. He's got the Immortal, we're going for the lips. Gets a Cyclone. Gets a Cyclone, takes down the tank, the Immortal does survive. GG gets called, the all-in fails, and Creator, he will hold, he will survive. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations here. A very, very tense couple of games here between Creator and Nickrat. Went all the way to the ace match. Creator, he barely does survive. I mean, imagine that game where the tanks hit earlier, right? If the tanks hit what 10, 15 seconds sooner, if the stasis trap didn't actually catch the tank, then he gets across the map. Maybe he gets on top of the Robo. Maybe he does depower and he shuts down the Immortal. Possible. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Whew, so crucial, so important that Creator was able to buy time, able to slow down the push, and with that, we are now getting into the upper semis. We have our first finalist. Congratulations here to Creator, does advance on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, a shout out to Nickrat for fighting back, for being able to make a series out of that, and for bringing down SHIN, right? I don't want to take away from Nickrat. He had an amazing performance here tonight, going to the ace match against Creator, and also knocking down SHIN. Very impressive play here from Nickrat. Very well done. GG. GG, well played here to Nickrat. As we are now getting ready here for our next series, as we're getting ready for ByuN versus Christiana, another TVP, but a very different kind of TVP. If you know anything about ByuN, you know that he is less aggressive. He's the least aggressive Terran player out there, less so than Clem, than Maru, than Cure, than Bunny. ByuN, he often does go for longer macro games. He embraces the mid game more often than anything else, and at times it can be his failing as well. It can be a bit of a downside to his playstyle, as Protoss players are often able to get a much more comfortable mid-game setup as a result. I'm not saying he never all-ins, that's not true. Like, ByuN, he can be aggressive, he can be assertive, but a little bit less so than some of these other Terran players, than Nickrat, for example. Here we go. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon get into our fresh series. Let's go. Stasis won the game. Like, I can see a world if there wasn't the stasis trap there, then the tanks, they get across the map when there's only 1 shield battery instead of 2. They probably break through the shield battery. They probably get on top of the pylon as well. Like, it could be a very different game if it wasn't for that stasis trap. GG. GG. Ah. Really rough game to win after 3 Stalkers and the Zealot fighting your SCVs and 2 Reapers. True. Like, it was a shaky start. For sure. It was a very intense early game, losing all those SCVs. I mean, that's a reason why we saw the all-in from Nickrat, is because of the rough early game, economically, I mean. So trying to macro up out of that is very, very difficult to achieve. Are there any new maps with healing shrines? There were a bunch of maps with healing shrines in the TLMC21. I can't remember if any of them made it through into the top 16 though. I don't think they did. Unfortunately. Yeah, none of the top 16 maps have any healing shrines. There were some crazy maps that had healing shrines that I definitely did push against. God. There was a map that had a healing shrine in between your 4th and 5th base. It was crazy. It was basically a turtle heavy map where you can very easily set up to, I would say, 6, almost up to 7 bases, and you had your own pocket healing shrine in between your 4th and 5th. I was like, what is happening here? What is going on? It was just a really turtle favored map. What was it called? I can't quite recall, but there was a map like that was submitted. It was crazy. I think I gave it a 1. Was that Abacus of Betrayal? Oh. Yeah, it was Abacus of Betrayal 2. I'll post a link in the chat. Don't need to all in when you believe in the power of man with gun. True. Did Nick 17 Scout? Don't remember. If you're referring to 17 SCV Scout, he did not. He did not SCV Scout that last game. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we do have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. And this is going to be an interesting one. If this was ByuN versus Geralt, I would favor Geralt. Just because, again, as I mentioned before, ByuN, he's often a much more passive player in TVP. And Geralt, he thrives in the late game. But Cristiano, less so. Cristiano, he's a lot more active, a little more aggressive. And we should be seeing a lot more of an impactful TVP between these two players. And this could go either way. I would say I lean towards ByuN here. Lean towards ByuN versus Cristiano. As Cristiano is just a very different kind of player compared to Geralt. Very different. But best of luck. Let's go. Let us go. So we have our double gas open out of ByuN, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed TC. Also, once again, welcome one all to Ruby Rock. If you recall, Ruby Rock is one of those maps that I would say favors aggression, does have a much more open 3-base setup here, having a much more wider entrance in between the natural and the 3rd base. Likewise, having multiple entrances into that 3rd base as well, also being a little bit wider, also more accessible once you knock down those rocks. If you recall, Nickrak successfully 2-base all-in creator on this map when he was able to wedge himself here in between the natural and the 3rd and the 4th base. He was able to take control of this center area and then push into the natural. So Creator did defeat, Nickrak did defeat Creator on this map with said all-in. We'll see if ByuN also embraces an all-in here as well. Let's go. As the Reaper does pick in. Setting up for the starport. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Cristiano. Almost the creator. Yeah. So from here we're building up. And with that recall, Cristiano is in position, should be able to keep up, zones away the army, and behind this should be working towards 3-gate blink. We'll see if he goes into a faster 3rd. I would recommend staying on 2 bases, going for a robo, and taking your gases here on Ruby Rock, but we'll see how greedy or how aggressive Cristiano wants to be. So far is keeping up. There's that Robo. Robo on 2 bases. We'll keep an eye on the gas geysers as well. Oh, never mind, as Cristiano does expand. Going for the triangular third. Does go for the third base. At the same time, ByuN going for his early drop. So going for his 1-1-1 into Cyclone drop. We'll see what he can get done. As this is going to be a slightly faster third from Cristiano. Drop into the main. Gets one probe, no major damage. Keeping Cristiano busy. Reaper Hellion into the natural. And does get into the mineral line, not bad. 3, 4, can we get up to 5? We can! Yeah, 5 probes go down, not bad. Getting up to 6 towards the end. 6 probe kills here for the Reaper Hellion. Nice trade for ByuN. Bearing in mind that he has kept everything alive in the medevac. Has kept the drop alive. Raven Harass also moving out. And Cristiano, he's not rushing into earlier gases, he's not rushing into Storm, going for a gateway explosion. This can still lead into Storm, but a little bit later. Oh! As ByuN does find the Observer. Nice catch. Observer's hunted down. Ooh, the Raven was left idle. Okay. Bit of a back and forth. ByuN, he finds a lot of probe kills, that is true, but he will lose the Raven. That was not worth it. So a nice catch from Cristiano. Toss shot on the Raven. ByuN still being as annoying as possible. Takes down the Adept. And Cristiano is going for a very gateway heavy composition. Going to charge, and we're still waiting for the Forge for +1. No Forge yet. ByuN behind this, going for his own 3-1-1 setup as well. Getting to stim and tank production. We're still waiting for a third CC. Oh! Medevac goes back in. Gets caught. Takes a lot of hits. Does survive. Survives, so it looks like we're delaying the Forge, we're delaying +1 in favor of Storm. So upgrade is going to be delayed here for Cristiano. Getting into Storm instead. Here comes the initial move out. Stim is now complete for ByuN. There's a third CC. That's what we're waiting for. So third CC out of ByuN, he's expanding his node all in. But this is still a very terrifying army. And so Cristiano to slow this down. Ideally, he wants a tank. Drop into the natural. No army in position. Does warp ins also. Drop into the main. And just waiting for charge. Charge is now done. Now we can go for the dive. And Cristiano, he should hold. Okay, he should shut this down. Mine shots going off, tanks are exposed. There's still some cells left over. And Cristiano, he defends his third base at the same time. Stalker does hold onto the main. Cristiano doesn't lose a single probe. Very nice. Yeah, clean defense in the main base, shuts down the main army. Cristiano, he's all over ByuN. ByuN has to get the hell out of there. He has to pull out, has to pull away. Storm was delayed because of all that aggression, true. So this is late Storm here by Cristiano. Could have been started earlier. But Cristiano is getting comfortable, and we should be expanding and getting a fourth base. The fourth is a little bit late. It's a little bit late. As ByuN is claiming his third. Cristiano needs his fourth. On the way. And I would favor ByuN here if it wasn't for Storm. Storm is done in 7 seconds. And with Storm finishing, ByuN, he should not be able to break through. Storm is ready. Storm is ready. There's the overcharge. For Storm, mainly zones. No major connection. We have one more Storm on the Widow Mines. Widow Mines go down. Cristiano holds. And again, the Storms, they mainly zone. They mainly graze the army. There was no major connection. ByuN, he pulled away. And where's the 4th base? Wait, how many gateways are we on? Getting up to 8 gates. Cristiano, he's pretty committed. He's all in. Like, there's no 4th. We're just going for it. Okay, let's go. It's all or nothing. I mean, I say that Cristiano, now he throws down a Robo on a Bay? Oh. Okay. Show us what you got. Storm, once again, mainly zones. Ghosts have arrived, now going for the CC. Cristiano, he's committed. He has to break through. Header Storm forcing back ByuN. Okay, it does force him back, gets into the mineral line. That's going to be 13, 14, 20 SCVs going down. Oh my god. And a massive Storm, that's what he was looking for. The Storm connects, ByuN backs up, and ByuN, he will lose 23 workers, and now Cristiano takes a lead. An economic lead, I should say. Containing ByuN on 2 bases. We spoke earlier about how accessible the 3rd base is, how you are on 3 bases, and that was applicable in the previous matchup when it came to the Protoss trying to defend against an all-in. But here the turns have tabled, and you can see, likewise, on the opposite end of things, how difficult it is for the Terran to also defend this 3rd base. Goes both ways. With that, Cristiano is making 2 Colossus at a time. Still no expansion, by the way, and there's less pressure on Cristiano to expand now that he denied the 3rd. So Cristiano, he can just chill, build up his Colossus. War Prism ready for a counterattack. Vikings to hit a zone. They deny the War Prism. And Cristiano, he has momentum, and the goal should be to break this base for a 2nd time. To push in to break the 3rd. Cristiano, he's about to max out. Just now getting his 4th base. Again, a very late 4th expansion. But the rationale for that is the prioritization of the army, right? How aggressive Cristiano has been. And we'll see if ByuN can survive this. How many Vikings does he have? 4. Soon to be 6. So 6 Vikings. He might have 8 in the middle of the fight. Oh, nah, he's going to have 6. Yeah, he'll have 6 Vikings. Against how many Colossus? Against 4 Colossi. Like, this is a really brutal Colossus timing. And remember, the Colossus timings are stronger because the Ghosts are weaker. Right? The Ghosts are weaker against Colossus. We have seen many Protoss players struggle to defend against this. If you remember, Sheamus did defeat ByuN with this style as well. And now we're pushing in. Vikings are exposed. Vikings, they get 1. And only 1. Yeah, there's 3 Vikings left. Another Storm. The Viking guy gets reset. And Cristiano, he breaks through. He breaks through that defensive line. The boys are being pulled. Colossus, they target fire the ByuN. 1 Colossus goes down to 1. 1 Colossus left. ByuN, he takes down the Colossus just barely. Does bring it down. Oh my god, Storm does punish though. There's 2 Templar left. And ByuN, he still lost 21 SCVs. And remember, Cristiano, now this time he's on 4 bases. Cristiano, he doesn't have to kill, he just has to main. And he does. He cripples ByuN. Crippled. Cristiano can just back off, he can just rebuild. Now, Cristiano, he is vulnerable, true. There is a window. There is a window in time where ByuN can counterattack and try to break Cristiano before the Colossus build back up. That is true, but that window is closing. The window is closing over time. The Colossus, they're almost out, and ByuN, he's stuck licking his wounds. Right? He's licking his wounds back at home. He's contained by these Stalkers. They're making sure that ByuN doesn't push, or if he does, Cristiano would be aware of it. Cristiano is getting into +3. Since that ByuN is now de facto all-in. ByuN, he's not an all-in kind of player though, is the problem. He's gonna get a fourth. He's getting a fourth base. Like, ByuN is gonna try to build up and macro out of this, but the problem is that ByuN is stuck at home. He's stuck at home, turtling up, trying to build back up. Cristiano should be the first to remax. Should be. As he's back up to 4 Colossus. Now from here, I would want to see Disruptor production. I'd want to see Disruptors on the way here to support the army. How many Vikings? 6, soon to be 8 Vikings. The Viking count is getting decent here for ByuN. 5th base on the way for Cristiano. There we go, Cristiano's pushing. He gets spotted. He gets spotted by ByuN. ByuN's 4th base is in orbital. We have a Zealot run by here towards the 3rd. ByuN is spread thin. Colossus are exposed. Oh, the Colossus, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets all 4. Oh, EMPs do land, he gets 2 Colossus initially. Not a bad start to the fight, but oh god, the Zelsa punish. Meanwhile, Zelsa getting to the mineral line, 12 SCVs going down. That was maybe the best start of the fight that ByuN could have hoped for, but he still bleeds out a lot of bio. Oh. As we do see Cristiano down to 1 Colossus. Storm does zone. God. Still not used to seeing the Storm last that long, not gonna lie. And he does knight the base. 16 more SCV kills. And this is also why he will lose the final Colossus. This is also why I want to see Disruptors. Because we're down to 0 Colossus once again. No more splash damage. Cristiano has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. And Cristiano, he's just brute forcing it. He's just brute forcing the issue here. Every time he will lose every Colossus, but he's crippling the economy, is keeping ByuN's economy low. +3 is almost done for both players. ByuN is hanging in there. He's hanging on. Down to 1 ghost. Let's go. Pushing forward once again. Once again, going for another Zealot run by. ByuN does have an army in position. He has some reinforcements at least, right outside of the 3rd. Cristiano is waiting once again for his next set of Colossus. As I mentioned before, I would still love to see Disruptor reinforcements from here, but yeah, Cristiano is still just committing. He just wants to kill ByuN. He just wants to end it, man. How many Vikings? 6? 6 Vikings, not quite at 8. Depending on the angle of attack, I feel like Cristiano, he should break through. If you remember, one of the reasons why ByuN survived last game was that he caught 2 Colossus immediately, if you recall. Like 2 Colossus that got EMP'd. I mean, all 4 of them got EMP'd, but 2 Colossus went down instantly. This time, that shouldn't be the case, right? This time, Cristiano should have a better engage. And now he's just going to barrel his way through. Does push in. Vikings, they get 1. And 1 Colossus so far. Oh, they get a 2nd. Brutal Storm. Zelsa move in. ByuN somewhat in position. Still 3 Colossus left. And Cristiano, he should just snowball out of control. He should just snowball out of control from here. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Storms are brutal. And with that, Cristiano, he will break the army. GG gets called. Cristiano takes a 1-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very strong start from Cristiano as a reminder as to why the game state ended up the way that it did. Remember, it all came down to the first Colossus move out, onto the first big push from, I said Colossus move out. The first, I guess it was technically a Storm timing, when Cristiano, he pushed and he broke the 3rd base. We spoke earlier about the map itself, about how exposed you are on 3 bases, more so than on other maps. We saw that Cristiano, he survived the first push of ByuN, and then the counterattack is what broke ByuN. ByuN, remember, he lost so many SCVs, he lost control of his 3rd, and he was stuck on 2 bases. ByuN, that's when he fell behind. That's when ByuN fell behind, when it came to that first push, when it came to that first fight at the 3rd base, and ByuN was trying to recover from that moment, but he struggled to do so. He was just playing from behind. He was just playing from behind, because if you remember, after that fight, ByuN never got across the map. He never got across the map. He never had any presence. He never had any harassment. He never was able to touch the economy of Cristiano because he had lost so much in that defense. He was stuck at home. He was just stuck at home. And with that, ByuN, he was just stuck playing defense throughout the remainder of the game. And GG. It wasn't the cleanest game out of Cristiano either. You know, he was definitely, again, definitely trying to just brute force the win. But he got there. Did get there in the end. GG. Did ByuN ever manage to EMP any High Templar? He did EMP the army quite a lot. When it came to the High Templar, I want to say when it came to the first push, he did. He did EMP High Templar when it came to the first fight at the third base. But one High Templar did make it through. Remember, there was that one storm. There was like the one juicy storm that we saw from Cristiano that connected with the main army. Referring to the fight at the third. Yeah, as Finesse is saying, that's the one storm that we're pointing out. Like there was that one juicy connection that we saw. Here we go. Here we go as we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if ByuN can recover, as we're now loading into, I would say, an even more aggressive map. Let's go. We're going to be loading into 10,000 feet. I keep wanting to say 10,000 atmospheres. I keep wanting, god damn it. My brain is just conditioned. Yeah. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we do have the South Korean Terran player. We do have the Red Terran representing Shopify. Down in the series, can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Leading the series 1-0. Here we go, and welcome one and all to 10,000 feet. This is one of the most aggressive maps in the new TLMC map pool. Very short rush distance by ground, but it has a relatively defensive 3-base setup initially. Now, we have seen players try to rush into this third base to proxy and then to mine through these minerals and all in. We have seen that attempted. So we do have our 3-base setup here. Now, the reason why I say initially it's more defensive is because of this. We have some massive Zerg tumors in the center of the map. Here on the right, here in the center, also in the center, and also towards the left-hand side, and towards the edges of the map. As time progresses, just before 8 minutes, these tumors do naturally expire and they open up the map even further. They do open up the map, they reduce the rush distance by ground, and you can be even more aggressive. Of course, you can also knock them down manually. First things first though, ByuN does eBay block. Thankfully, Cristiano did scout this in time, is able to pull the boys and shut this down. Likewise, you also have this center expansion. We have a backward base facing the center of the map as well, which can also be abused. I believe tanks can set up here on the other side and can lay siege upon this location. If you do decide to take this base, it's going to be very difficult to defend. We do expect to see players expand towards the edges of the map instead. Likewise, this is an area in between the third and the natural that can be abused. You can also push in between the bases here, in between the natural and the linear third base. True. Depending on how Cristiano expands. Meanwhile, ByuN going for his economic start, racks into CC on the high ground. Delayed factory. I believe it was eBay block into CC, then into factory out of ByuN. Now, loading into 10,000 feet, I would typically assume that the Terran player would all in. I would typically assume like a 2-base all in out of the Terran. If you were casting Nickrat, for example, 100%, like 2-base all in. But we're casting ByuN. We're not casting Nickrat. And ByuN, he is more macro oriented. He's less willing to go for all ins. That's what we tried to emphasize last game as well. Again, if you've been watching ByuN over the past year, you would know that all ins are much more rare from ByuN. They're much more rare. I'm not saying he never does them. He does. He does all in. But less commonly compared to Cure, compared to Maru, compared to Bunny, compared to Clem, compared to all the other top Terrans. Which, as I mentioned, at times that can be his downfall, right? Ooh. As the Reaper should be able to get away. Nice positioning with the Reaper. Gets one probe. Gets one, gets two. Gets two probes. Not bad. Can we get three? Jesus. Aye, aye, aye. We go 2 probe kills. Not a bad start here by ByuN. And behind this, opening up with the Cyclone drop. If you recall, went for the same follow-up, the same opener last game. Ooh, meanwhile, speaking of defensive play here, we have a Robo opener out of Cristiano. Going for the Robo on 2 bases. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Twilight Council opener into the Robo. So, very safe play by Cristiano. If you remember, last game, he also went for a Robo on 2 bases, but he went for his third before his gases. We'll see if he takes his gases first or later. So we'll see when he takes his gases, but overall, just a standard opener out of Cristiano. My apologies, I did miss the Twilight Council initially. Drop is on the way. And we'll see. I mean, Cristiano, he does not see this coming. He does have a shield battery, though. Here comes a third. Johnny pokes in. Shield battery's in position. Lockman is broken, and Cristiano does hold. So nice defense here by Cristiano. Picks off the Marine. We should be seeing our third. There it is. Third base is on the way. ByuN heads into the main. Gets one more probe. And behind this, we'll keep an eye on the racks counts. If he throws down extra racks, then that could be indicative of something more committed, of something more aggressive. But for now, it's just a 3-1-1. Building up his tanks. Drop is still outside of the main. In the chat, is this live or just replays? So Mind Explosion in the chat. If we ever do a replay cast, it is in the title. As you can see, there is no there's no replay cast in the title, so assume it's live. The event is live. No reason to think otherwise. But yes, if we ever do have a replay cast, it's usually in the Twitch title. And it would also be in the commands in the chat as well. Like if you !B in the chat, it'll show you the current bracket, the current live bracket. Ooh, nice, very nice snipe here by Cristiano. ByuN out of position, no bunker either. Oh, yeah, no bunker. Marines out of position, tank goes down. A lot of Marines as well. A very strong start here from Cristiano. Can he get another? No shot. He gets both. He gets both tanks. Oh no. Takes down both tanks. That means that ByuN that takes the wind out of the sails here if he wants to push with Stim. Ay, ay, ay. The tank's still the backbone of his army. And this is a very rough start for ByuN. Drop across the map. Hey, does get some probes, okay. Yeah, Cristiano out of position. Getting 6 probe kills. A very nice follow-up here from ByuN. We'll lose a medevac though. We're getting messy. We're getting back and forth. ByuN, he will lose some key units when it comes to his main army, but he does get some economic damage. 10, 11 probes? Oh my god. 11, 12 probes going down. This is getting out of hand. 14 probe kills. So we have a give and take, and also lost mine time as well. We have a give and take here. Cristiano, he does incredible damage across the map, but he also fails to defend. ByuN's drop play continues, and he has a third CC on the way. Again, not a 2-base all-in, especially after losing those 2 tanks. I mean, an all-in would not be viable. So he does expand. Ghost Academy's on the way. We're building up into the mid-game. Going for the mid-game. As Cristiano, he defends well against the drop. At the same time, ByuN pushes across the map. Cristiano is somewhat in position. Somewhat. Okay, he holds. Yeah, he does hold on. Honestly, really clean defense. Clean defense against the Widow Mines. They get 0 damage. And Storm is on the way. Storm is in production. ByuN is forced back. passes in the chat. Twitch chat, are we right live or is it just the same old copy passes? True, true. The Twitch chat is not live. It's all Reddit copy pastas. Oh no. As Cristiano once again, he goes for the Forge after the Storm, so same style as we saw previously. His Storm is done, he's got 4 High Templar. He's ready for ByuN. When it comes to the current game state, it's still a little bit more up in the air. Like again, Cristiano had some better fights, but ByuN got economic damage. So still very tense. But of course we now have Storm. It's a big power spike here for Cristiano. Now he's moving in. My shield, oh my god! My shields didn't quite connect. Winter Mines are cleaned up. And ByuN took the forward base. Oh, bold move. Very bold move here. We can storm the mineral line. EP goes off. A storm on the mineral line. Again, a bold expansion from ByuN. Oh god. Prism has to calm down. Prism has to calm down. And Cristiano going for a late 4th. Oof. So this is actually quite simple. So winding it back here, as a reminder, if you remember what we were discussing in game number 1, we were talking about how all-in Cristiano was at the start. Why? Because he had a very late 4th, so he had to do damage. It's similar here as well, where his 4th base is so delayed, and he has to break the 3rd. So far, he has yet to do so. He achieved it in game 1. In game 1, he did break the 3rd base and he contained ByuN on 2 bases. Here in game number 2, that is yet to happen. And that's why ByuN now is outscaling him. The Colossus are exposed. He gets 1, he gets 2, and he breaks through. Yeah, so ByuN snowballs out of control. He breaks the main army. Storms are on their own. And Cristiano, he has nothing. Like, there's just nothing here. There's nothing left. He sims, he wins. GG gets called. And ByuN ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Cristiano, he had to get damage done with that first move out. He had to break the 3rd base, but he failed to do so. He got a storm, he delayed some mining, he was able to pick off the tanks early on, which is nice, but coming into the mid game, he failed to get any damage done. GG, well played. ByuN snowballs out of control. And now we're getting into game number 3. Again, very committed play there by Cristiano, and you can see this was the same style that we saw at game 1. Game 1 and game 2, same style. It's heavily reliant on Cristiano getting damage done. It's heavily reliant on him breaking that 3rd base. If he fails to do so, GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. So as we're going for game 3. So getting into the ace match and spawning in the right-hand corner of Magnetic North, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series 1-1. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss, the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Here we go, and now we're getting used to our players here. The question becomes, does Cristiano play the same way again? Twice now. What is he going for? He's going for 3-gate blink into a robo, into a 3rd base, into faster storm, into delayed forge, delayed +1, into a non-existent 4th base, into hyper aggression on 3 bases. We've seen it twice now. Game 1, he succeeded with that aggression. Game 2, he failed. Game 3, does he go for the same style? Do we see something different? We'll keep an eye on Cristiano. Also, doesn't help that he lost a lot of probes in the lead up to it. It did slow him down. True. That was also a factor. Did delay storm, did delay the push. We go. And welcome 1-all to Magnetic North. Coming into this map, we do have a much more secure 2-base setup. The 3rd base here is, I would say, much more secure as well. The previous 2 maps, we had much more exposed bases, with much wider entrances in between the bases as well. Here, I would say it's much more defendable on 3 bases. We do have a much more narrow choke point coming into the 3rd expansion. I would say that this area here is more abusable. If we were casting Nickrat, I would assume he would all in and he would try to strike here in between the bases, which is what he did do against Creator, if you recall. Did do so against Creator, where he barely didn't break through. I could be thinking about a different map, to be fair. But we do typically expect aggression here, except it's ByuN, right? Like, as we were emphasizing throughout the course of this series and validated through his play, ByuN is often not one to embrace all-ins. And often one to just play it out. Just calm down. Put his feet up. Enjoy a longer game. At least in this match. So we'll see if we adjust, or how we adjust. Does killing probes even matter? It does. It does. What do you mean? There are certain game states where it doesn't. In a longer game where you have more probes, but early on it does impact quite a bit. Especially in TVP, we bring this up all the time, but especially in the early game, if you lose too many workers from either side, everything can heavily swing in favor of yourself or swing away from you as well. It can be very difficult to recover from early game damage. Oh, a bit of miscontrol there by Cristiano, but he does get the Hellion, thankfully. Does get the Hellion towards the end. Setting up for the early drop. And so far the same build. So far the same build, 3 games in a row here by Cristiano. Everything should be looking very familiar to you. So once again, a Robo on 2 bases into a 3rd. With later gases into Storm, into Delayed Forge. But here we go. ByuN is pushing, he's dropping. This time not going for the Cyclone drop. He will skip the Cyclone entirely, going for an earlier tank. So earlier tank production into Raven. Moves in. Drops into the main base. Does 9 mining. So far Cristiano does pull away. Oh no! He pulls away. He'll lose 2 probes though. Only 2. Nothing major. Drop heading in towards the main. Looking for more damage. Blink is done just in time. Despite that, he'll lose 4 probes in total. And ByuN is pushing. Oh. Thinks about it. Calm down. Calm down. ByuN is building up. Raven harass across the map. So in game 1, this got shut down quite hard. We'll see if ByuN can gain value over time. As looks like we're just turtling up and then waiting and getting into Stim. Getting to Sim. Cristiano, he does mix it up though. Okay, so we have Charge in production, not just Charge. This time we're going for an earlier Forge. Forge is on the way, +1 as well. If you remember, last game we would have Storm. We'd have Storm in production instead. So Cristiano, he does adjust. Does adjust. Going for +1, delaying his Temple Archives, delaying his Storm. As he defends back at home, picks off a depot. Yeah, tank a little bit too far back. Shouldn't get the second depot. Tank does siege. Third TC is on the way. ByuN expanding. Again, no all-in. He's expanding, getting a 3rd base, building up into Stim, +1. And we'll see when and if Cristiano gets a fourth. Again, we're slowing things down. Cristiano, he should soon expand. For now, he's taking extra gases out of this third base. He's going for a forge. Typically, we would delay the second forge and delay the gases in favor of a faster expansion. So again, his macro is going to be slipping, or his economy isn't going to be as ideal. He did not see the third CC. Not fully aware. And ByuN is expanding. Yeah, Cristiano once again is going for double robo into a bay as well before the fourth base. I'm still not really comfortable with the style that we're seeing out of Cristiano. I mean, we've seen it 3 games now. I mean, he got there in a different way, but it's still the same thing where we're heavily delaying the fourth base in favor of aggression. Like, there's a lot of pressure on Cristiano here. He's moving out. We'll see what he can get done. Fourth base now on the way. Zealot run by setup. And here we go. The pressure's on. He's got those storms. Zealots, they run into the main army. Stalkers are having the first tank. Tank goes down. Zealots, they get cleaned up. And ByuN defends. Yeah, ByuN, he defends. This was not good enough. Zealots, they get 2 SCVs. Cristiano gets deflected, and Cristiano, he's falling behind. He's falling behind here. Similar to last game, ByuN has a superior economy. Fourth CC has begun. The fourth base is still only halfway done for Cristiano. Going for a storm drop, okay. Going for a drop into the main. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of pressure on Cristiano to do some kind of damage here. I mean, there's not that many SCVs, unfortunately. Yeah, the storms don't do much. Oh, they do land on the main army, though. Jesus. Yeah, they get 7 SCVs. It's okay. It's okay damage. The problem here is that he lost a High Templar. Both High Templar went down, so that was an expensive drop here for Cristiano. Ugh. Yeah, it was expensive. If he had saved the High Templar, a different story, but failed to do so. Colossus production has begun. ByuN, he's getting a second starport, so he's getting into mass Viking production. Second starport, 4 CC. ByuN looking to max out. And again, this is maybe the most comfortable we've seen ByuN the entire series. Even more so than last game. Like, last game was still more chaotic. Like, 10,000 feet. Was still a little bit more chaotic and a little bit more back and forth. But here, ByuN is very comfortable. Here we go. Drop into the main. Cristiano pushing in. First tank is going to go down. Vikings, they do catch one of the Colossus, or at least they look to. EMP does crazy army. Zealous getting into the mineral line. Can he get the CC? No lift. Wow, no lift. CC goes down. Yeah, nice push here from Cristiano. Takes down the base. This is what he needed. Takes down the expansion. Now pushing further in. The 4 Colossus, they're going ham. Zealous coming from behind. Down to 2. Down to 2 Colossus, but the Zealous are trading quite well here. Resets the Viking count. There's 1 Colossus left. Odawas, papi, Odawas. Lands the storms. GG gets called. He breaks on through just barely. And Cristiano, he will claim the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, there was so much pressure on Cristiano. He had to end the game then and there. Remember, what was ByuN doing? ByuN was getting a 4th base. ByuN was getting a 2nd starport. ByuN was building up more Vikings. If Cristiano hadn't broken him then and there, I feel like ByuN would have snowballed out of control. Like that was ByuN just getting out of hand. Cristiano, he was able to get on top of the base. He killed the CC, got the first tank. GG. GG, well played. The Vikings, sorry, the Colossus were the real MVPs there. I did notice some people in the chats that were maybe lacking some understanding, talking a little about storms. I mean, something that's really important about TVP is that because of the Ghost nerf, the Colossus are much more viable. They're much more viable here, and it is so much more important to get your Vikings out and to zone away the Colossus. I want to say that the first Colossus went down relatively quickly, but the other 3 Colossus got so much damage done there for Cristiano. They got so much damage done against the Bio Army. Vikings got shut down. GG. Again, that hit just before the 2nd starport, just before the Mass Viking. Storms, they played their part, that is true, but I think what's important right now about TVP is that right now it's a combination of the two. It's about Storms and Colossus becoming more viable in their own way and working together in tandem here, coming into the mid game. But GG. GG, well played. With that, Cristiano, he does claim the series, and with that, we have our top 2 players. Let's go. Let us go. Let us go as we're getting into the grand finals here. It's going to be between Cristiano and Creator. Let's go. He's done with Storm to safely take down the CC. True, he's done away like the Bio Army, right? Like that's why the Vikings were more exposed. The Vikings, they were a lot more exposed here as the Bio Army had to kite back. For sure. But GG. GG, well played. And yo, a shout out to... Is that Gemini in the chat? Is that... Shout out to Vitality, to Onside Gaming, I mean Offside Gaming even, hard to distinguish between the two at times, but thank you so much for supporting the channel, for the gifted subs in the chat, as Cristiano, he does break through, takes down ByuN, and of course Cristiano, he does represent Onside/Offside Gaming. True. GG, well played. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for all the gifted subs. To Creature, to Stormgot, gracias. GG. Ghost getting light is terrible. Like that's it's the Ghost getting the light tag, like it is really impactful in TVP. I mean in both matchups, right? Against Banelings, yes, but against Colossus especially, I feel. For sure. Like it's a really big change. It does mean that Colossus have a lot more strength coming into the mid game, for sure. But I will say that it does feel a little bit too early to really confirm. Like, I can see a world where Terran players, they might start getting a second starport faster, right? Like if these Colossus timings and the Colossus support is somewhat stronger, if maybe it's less important to get a higher Ghost count, then we might see like faster starport play and maybe less commitment into Ghost early on. I want to say that the problem is that coming into this patch, it was very standard to rush into an early academy, right? We even saw some Terran players like Cure and ByuN as well, they would often get an academy on 2 bases, right? Before the third, we'd see a faster academy to get into faster Ghost production in the previous patch. Like that was very common. I feel like you can't do that now. Like I feel like I don't think you can get away with that. Or I feel like that hurts you more than anything on the latest patch. Rushing into Ghost that heavily, especially if a player doesn't open Storm, but we'll see. We'll see how players do adapt over time. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time, papi. It is Gamba time. In a different way here. For those that are maybe unaware, for those that are maybe unfamiliar with our tournaments, we do have a random raffle. Every single week we have a random participation raffle for the players that compete in our tournaments. It's nothing major. It is 5 USD. 5 USD randomly given out to a player that competed tonight. Now, as a reminder, the player has to have competed. If they signed up, if they checked in, if they did fail to play any of their games, if they forfeited, then they are ineligible. They are ineligible for the raffle. But this week we have 15 players. This week we have 15 players here rising to the challenge. 15 players that compete, and one of them will walk away 5 USD richer. Let's go, papi. Let's go. Coming into this, congratulations to Congratulations to the Italian Protoss player, Norazura Lelix. GG, well played. Congratulations to Lelix, the Italian Protoss. Yo, the Protoss players, they're winning the tournament and they're also winning the raffle. Broken patch. Also, I just mentioned him. Shout out to Azura because he came second. You can see there for the runner-ups, there's Azura, the other Italian Protoss. We see Cristiano, Shin, Hacker, Stop and Art. But congratulations to Lelix for walking away 5 USD richer. If you remember, Lelix, he actually went down in the first round. Scrolling back here, Lelix, he went down to Nickract in the round of 16. So he may have gone down in the first round, but he does walk away with some prize money. Nothing major, but again, just a way to incentivize signups. Often we do have like even like diamond players or platinum players winning this raffle as well. Everyone is eligible. So if you're out there, if you want to compete, if you want a gamba and, you know, maybe face off against ByuN, get knocked out early, but, you know, you can have a chance at earning some prize money. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Lelix, who by no means is a low tier player. By no means at all. He is up there. He is pro, if not semi-pro. Did have a fun series initially against Nickract. And GG. GG, well played. So congratulations to Lelix as our players are getting ready for the grand finals. Lelix using Storm on the raffle. True, true. Let's go. No, this is the boss man. Oh, okay. The boss man himself. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Cheating, true. Hashtag rigged in the chat. The raffle is rigged. Even in the raffle, what is it? Out of the top players here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Protoss, a random, and a Zerg. I mean, how do you? That's just participation there. But with that, we have our top 2 players. We have a Creator, he took down Nickract 2-1. We had a Cristiano, took down ByuN 2-1. And now we have the grand finals ready for us here. Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on 10,000 feet. As a quick reminder as well, this is going to be a best of 5 finals between our 2 players. Need a moment. Un momento, papi, un momento. There we go. Beautiful. We have our top 2. And we're loading into our first game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into a PvP, I mean, anything can happen. We do lean towards, or at least I lean towards Creator here when it comes to his favorite. At the same time, I can see Cristiano bringing him down. Has caused upsets in the past. And there's a reason why he's called Chris Tuna. True. The Tuna Cup champion. Does Cristiano, does he still have the most Tuna Cup wins out of any other player? I have to double check. It's I believe it's between Cristiano and ByuN. Like Cristiano and ByuN, they have the most wins between the two of them. Let's have a look here. Let us have a look. Oh, okay. So out of 108 Tuna Cups, Cristiano, he has 17 wins. Meanwhile, ByuN has 19. Oh, so ByuN, he has 2 more over Cristiano. Really, ByuN versus Cristiano should have been the finals. But they are the top 2 players. They're the top 2 players of our weeklies. ByuN has got 2 more wins over Cristiano, but hey, can Cristiano catch up with this week? Maybe. As Creator does set up the proxy. Pylon in the center, going for the 1 base all-in. What looks to be proxy Robo. Okay. Also, welcome 1-0 to 10,000 feet. Again, this is known for being a rush map, being very aggressive, having a shorter rush distance by ground, and the creator is setting up in the center, behind the tumors. Now, I mentioned this previously, but I do favor these kind of proxies and all-ins on the new map pool, just because, as you can imagine, players that don't really have a lot of experience on these maps. So right now, Cristiano, he's looking for the proxy. He knows that something is missing. He knows that the pylon is nowhere to be found. He's looking for the proxy, but because we have so much less experience on these new maps, he's not as familiar with these more powerful or more common, more potent proxy locations. He's looking though. He's looking. Sends out. So he's got 2 probes and a stalker searching. Again, the robo is almost done. Cristiano, he has yet to confirm. Yes, the Cristiano. No. He's just full of tuna. So we got the Prismers on the way. Prismers on the way. Cristiano, he reads as well, going for a robo back at home. He didn't scout the proxy, but he's seen that there's nothing else, right? He sees no expansion. He sees no other pylon. He's setting up very safe, very defensively. Shield batteries in the main. And he finds it. Yeah, it does find the proxy. Adepts into the main base. Immortal production has begun. Ooh, Cristiano, he does find 2 adepts. Not bad. And he will get both. Wow, he gets both adepts. Very nice pickoffs here. Takes down 2 adepts. Drop into the main. 2 adepts taking 1-shot probes. And they will. They go 1, 2. Getting up to 3 probe kills. Getting up to 4. And barely 5 towards the end. 5 probes go down. A nice start here by Creator. Cristiano, he counterattacks, is pushing up the ramp, but there's a force field. There's a sentry. Yeah, sentry's ready. Nice force field. Creator, he defends. And he's massing up those immortals. He's massing up the immortals as we speak. Proxy pylon just in case. So he has another reinforcement point. We have another force field. Oh. So I'll slice up the army. Forcing the recall. Oh, Cristiano does escape. Barely. Barely does make it back home. And we'll see if a Creator can pull this off. Now, when it comes to these all-ins, when it comes to these defenses, it's always important to bear in mind that the defensive player is a little bit weaker in the new patch just because of the change of the NG overcharge. So the shield battery does give out less support than it used to. Doesn't mean that all-ins will always work, but it does mean that it's going to be just a little bit of a more difficult defense. More so than previously. Meanwhile, going for the first gateway. Oh, nice control. Gateway does go down. I have a feeling Protoss will win this series. Ah, true. PvP unwinnable, Pappy, unwinnable. Oh. That's Creator going for the gateway once again. At the same time, Cristiano does get across the map. He's going for the robo, he's going for the pylon. Bold move. Force field, that's a lot of adepts. Yeah, they can't shade it. He's going for it. He's going for the dive. It takes down the final gateway. There's 1 gateway left. Adepts they pull away. And Creator's breaking into the main. Going for another pylon. Depowers. Doesn't quite depower the gateway. Thankfully, backup pylons. Force fields they buy some time. Immortals do make it back home. And Cristiano, can he pull off this defense? He's got 3 immortals. He's going to be kiting back. And Cristiano, it looks like he might barely have it. It's close. A couple of boys are being pulled. He juggles back. He's running out of gateway units. Yeah, he's running out of gateway units. At the same time, there's only 1 immortal remaining. Cristiano, he holds. He does hold on. Oh, Chasing down the Stalkers. Gets both. So chasing down the Stalkers. At the same time, Adepts, they get into the middle. No! They get in. 8 probe kills. 9. Oh, and Cristiano's economy is crippled. Oh, Jesus. Now remember, Cristiano, he did depower that Robo. True. Robo's depowered, which means Creator is down to 1 Immortal and only 1. Cristiano, he's making more. His army's getting better. It's getting better and better over time. Going for the kill. Going for the Robo. Creator, he wants that Prism. Uh-oh. It does rotate. Robo goes down. Prism gets away. Nice movement here by Cristiano. And GG gets called. He shuts down the proxy. And Cristiano, he takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. It was very risky for Cristiano to go across the map and depower the Robo when he did, because he had that much less to defend back at home, but he was able to hold on. He did lose all of his gateways, true. I say, well, he lost 2. He lost 2 gateways, but in the process, he depowered the Robo. It meant that Creator, his Robo army, his Immortals were not getting larger. The Immortal count was not getting larger, it was not getting any bigger. Once he lost them, once he lost the first one, then he could never quite build back up. Whew. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Cristiano takes a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Ay, ay, ay. Getting into game 2. And we're loading into another one of these smaller maps. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Once again, we're going to be favoring aggression here. Also, shout out to Cristiano, even though he didn't confirm the Robo, he did go for a Robo opener. He saw the lack of expansion. He couldn't find the proxy itself, but he just assumed, or he was hoping that he was gambling correctly there. Did go for the defensive Robo. There we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player. The Blue Protoss representing Offside Esports from Atlanta, Poland, leading the series 1-0. It is a Cristiano. Go. So far we are building up. We do have a 2-gate opener here by Creator. Does go for his 2-gate, likewise so does Cristiano. We have our 2-gate openers. Probe is being sent out towards the top right hand corner of the map. Our eyes are on Creator. Does move out. And this will be a prime location for a proxy Stargate. Oh boy. So here we go, here's the location for the proxy. Cristiano, he scouts, he confirms the pylon is missing, he knows something is wrong. Something is wrong, something is amiss. Going for the Stargate. And we'll see how Cristiano responds. Ooh, Cristiano setting up for the faster expansion, okay. Bold move. Does see the pylon on the low ground. Does notice the pylon. You can see Cristiano is still searching. Still trying to figure out what's going on. There's the expansion. This is a bold move here by Cristiano. It's quite greedy, quite risky. Does go for the faster Nexus. Meanwhile, Creator, he's here to try to nullify that advantage. Yes, on the one hand, Cristiano, he has the faster base. He should have the better probe count, the higher economy. But Creator, he's there to knock it down with the Oracle. So he's going for that economic damage. Headed towards the main base. Cristiano getting in position. Yes, that's Twilight Council. Headed for Blink. Oracle towards the main. I'd have to say Shade in as well. Oh, humans to the Shade. Does distract. It drags away the army. The Oracle goes in. Nice movement here by Creator. He gets 3 probes. Just get 3 probe kills. Does pull away in time. Saves the Oracle. Nothing major, just 3 for now. Now he's waiting for his second Oracle. He's not done. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. But the first one is still very low. The aggression continues. Sending out another pair of Adepts. More Adepts on the way. It's still on Cristiano to survive the aggression. His army is split. Puts the shit in. Yeah, they get into the mineral line once again. 3 more probe kills. Oracles they dive back in, getting up to 4. Getting up to 5. Oof. Yeah, 6 probes going down. This is getting a little bit out of hand. Considering that the Oracles are surviving. So 6 more probe kills. Creator takes a lead. Does take a lead. Behind this, going into DT. Oh my god, going for the proxy. Proxy Dark Shrine on the way. Let's go. Cristiano, he has 0 detection, no robo, no Stargate. Uh-oh. He's going for a faster third. If he goes for the third base before detection, before a robo, that could just be game. Oh, no. Not like this, Pappy, not like this. Cristiano is searching for the proxy. He will find the Stargate. Blue Station Scout is denied. And yep, it is going to be a third Nexus before the robo. Very greedy here from Cristiano, very risky. Cristiano, he has 0 detection. Ah, God. Not like this, Pappy, not like this. It happens. It's happening. We've seen Max Packs just insta-GGs this. We've seen Hero insta-GG as well. There are games where the Protoss player just has no detection. DTs walk in, and that's just game. It happens to the best Protoss players in the world. Here they come. Ah. Let's go. It's just a part of PvP. Unfortunately, it's just is a part of it. Yep. DTs are waddling in. And again, there is no robo, no forge, no Stargate, 0 detection. That's just, yeah. that's just game. The robo just now gets thrown down. DTs are waddling in. They can just focus on the robo. As they peel off into the bases. Probes are going down. Yep, damage in the main. GG. GG gets called. And Creator ties up the series. We have back and forth. GG. And again, it happens in PvP. Again, we've seen Max Packs into GG to this, Hero into GG as well. Like, it's happened to the best Protoss players in the world, where you just happen to be in a game state where you have 0 detection, DTs arrive, and the game ends. The game does end. Ah. Feels PvP, man. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 3. And we'll see who takes the lead in the series. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The South Korean Protoss, we have the red Protoss tying up the series 1-1. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. We go. Yes, game 2 was very PvP, unfortunately. It was there's similar situations in other matchups, right? With ZVZ, if mutas go unscattered, if mutas show up, then mutas can end the game. DTs, the same thing can happen against Terran. We have seen games, we've seen like ByuN instant GG if DTs hit just as you mule, so there's 0 scans. Yeah, it happens. So now we have our initial openers. Once again, we're looking for the pylon. And this time, no proxy. This time, no proxy. Second pylon in the main base for Cristiano. Second pylon in the main base for Creator. No shenanigans, not in game 3. Not in game 3. After that last game, I'm sure Cristiano, he's going to be a little bit paranoid. He's going to be like, I mean, does he have DTs again? So we might see him just go for faster robos for the rest of the series. It would make sense in my mind. We'll see. At the same time, you could make the argument like, okay, so he went DTs in game 2. He won't do that again, right? So they have more reason to delay your detection. The mind games, okay, the mind games. Spaces are being taken, and again, so far, out of all the games we've had in this series, we have a much more tame approach. Building up on 2 bases. And we'll keep an eye on the gateway counts. We'll see if we throw down a 3rd or 4th gateway. Extra gateways will be indicative of hyper-aggression. For now, we're taking up into Blink. We'll see if either player goes for an earlier gateway count or if we go for a faster 3rd base instead. I know that Cristiano, he's quite fond of going into the mid-game with a lower gas counts and going into a heavy Zealot composition. He's quite fond of that style. I want to say we've seen him beat Nightmare with that style as well. Let's see. For now, Blink is on the way. Both players taking into Blink. Cristiano checking saturation. Checking for extra gateways, hidden tech. Creator sets up for a 3rd expansion. Cristiano doing the same. So we're building up into the mid game. Both players are expanding. There are bases for both players. Remember, 2 up second 1-shot probes. And Creator does shade in. Does a threaten to shade. Uh-oh. He gets into the main. He does commit. Gets 1, 2, getting into 3. Oh. Yeah, barely a 3rd probe towards the end. It's an okay trade. Hey, there it is. Robo's on the way. Cristiano working on detection and immortal production. Meanwhile, extra gateways out of Creator. Does get extra gateways. We spoke about how Cristiano is quite fond of going for a lower gas count and going into charge. Speaking of, okay, there we go. Third gas on the way for Creator. So let's go for delayed third gas. Instead, going for faster forge, working towards +1. Cristiano does get across the map. Go through those zone probes. Gets 3 probe kills himself. So we have that back and forth. Again, it's been a much more tame, a much more reserved game so far here for game 3. It's calming down on 3 bases. Charge is on the way. We've yet to see charge from Creator. Should be starting soon. There we go. And now we're headed towards the mid game. When we get into the mid game here, we should be going for a very heavy Stalker, Zealot, sorry, very heavy Stalker, Zealot, Immortal, Charge Out, Archon compositions. Kind of building up to that. Immortal production has begun. Zealots do provide a big power spike here in PvP, just because they do such a great job at tanking Stalker shots and also collapsing on Stalkers as well. That is also why you need those Archons. Speaking of, there it is, Temple Archives on the way for Cristiano and Temple Archives for Creator as well. This should be for Archon production to help deal with those Zealots. So Zealots force out Archons, and that's where Immortals come into play as well. Immortals, they can do a great job focusing down Stalkers and focusing down Archons as well. So we're refining our armies. There have been some people that have been theorizing that potentially Storm would be viable in PvP, specifically because of how Zealot heavy players can be. I want to say that it might be a transition point here after you get into Archon production, but we haven't seen it yet. It's also possible that the attack rate of the Storm is just too low, and the Protoss army is too mobile, where you can Storm, but the army gets through it anyway, and we move past it. I know El Chanchito was messing around with it for a bit. El Chanchito. But now, Creator's pushing. Creator's pushing. How many Archons do we have? We have 1 so far. 1 Archon. Shield batteries are on the way. We need more Archons. More Zealots, more everything. As Creator does have that slight supply advantage. He's up in Zealots. Does move in, shield barriers are almost done, and getting another Archon. As Cristiano is holding on. Shield barriers, they come into play. Takes care of all the Zealots, getting into all the Stalkers as well. Ooh, and Creator is getting punished. Yeah, takes out the Archon. Can he get the Prism? Up! Can he chase? Show us the blink. Blinks in. Oh my god, barely doesn't. Yeah, Prism does survive, but the Immortal does not, and Creator just gets punished. He just gets punished. Cristiano will chase him down, takes down the Prism. And Creator's losing everything. Again, the defender's advantage a little bit too much. The shield batteries, the additional Archons. And Creator, he's in trouble. Timing on the Stalkers, going for the Archon. No shield batteries. No shield battery support. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he takes a lead in the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, both players were very tame coming into game 3. We were just building up on 3 bases, getting a 4th base, both players taking in the same direction. Creator was the aggressor. Cristiano had the defender's advantage with the warp pins, with the shield batteries, with the better setup. GG. GG, well played. Takes the fight, snowballs out of control from there, and Cristiano, he needs one more game to claim the series. Creator has to fight back here and now. Let's go. Let us go as we're getting into our next game. Into potentially the final game of the series. Oh boy. I know, Blink Stalkers get out of Storms and Snipes high tempers too quickly. Yeah, I feel like the Protoss army is just too mobile for Storm to be, like, viable in PvP. It also takes a long time for Storm to come online. Like, as you saw there, the Temple Archives finished, we warped in 2 Archons, and the fight occurred, right? Like the intensity is quite high in PvP. I don't know if you have the time to, like, embrace Storms and make use of it. when it comes to researching and also like incorporating it as well. Just theoretical. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Throne of the Dunes, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss. The South Green Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. The pressure's on. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Offside Esports. From Lena Polonia, it is Cristiano. One game away from claiming the series. Uno más is all that he needs. Let's go. Especially after Disruptor buff. Yeah, Disruptors are always the transition points, right? If the game goes that long, Disruptors are where you want to head afterwards. And I agree, like it's just superior to Storm in PvP. Here we go. Here we go. As our probes are being sent out. Yo, shout out to Gamer Richie in the chat. He's also a fantastic coach. Oh, I didn't know he did coaching. Ah, there you go. Wait, does he coach you? Wait, I thought Gamer Richie was a Terran. Am I crazy? Thought you were a Terran player. Like, yeah, he's coaching me Terran. Ah, let's go. Not like this. Not like this. As Creator does have the proxy here right outside the bases. He coaches aside from practice. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were insinuating that he was coaching you. My bad. I was like, is Gamer Richie, did he go to the dark side? Did he switch to Protoss? Oh no. Oh no. But okay. But for now, Creator he is going for the proxy, setting up for the one base all in. And meanwhile, we just see Cristiano just now going in for the probe scout, has yet to confirm the pylons. Yeah, the probe scout is going to be denied. Ooh, Cristiano's in the dark. Uh-oh. He's not fully aware of what's going on. And from here, Cristiano, he's expanding. He's down in gateways, down in stalkers. This is Creator's moment. This is his time. Cristiano does push. Oh, wait, stim and wait. Okay. Este Gamer Richie. As Creator does hit the natural. Cristiano is across the map. And we can just push in. Yeah, we can just go in. Sentries are going to be able to force field. They do warp in just in time. Zoning away some of the stalkers. There's a recall back home. Does recall. Sentry's going to be going down. Ay. We'll lose both sentries. No more force fields. And he busts in. He breaks into the main base. Warp gate is still not yet done. And Creator, he may just have too much here. Oh, did you actually lock the army in? Okay. Nice warp in. Very nice warp in. The boys are being pulled, and Cristiano, he defends the main. He shuts this down. Very nice defense. And he holds. And he has a base. Cristiano, he has a natural. Creator, like this was it. This was all he had. He had to end it. He's now going to expand. Oh, boy. Okay, he goes to the warp in. Yeah, he goes to the warp in. He does not expand. It's all or nothing for Creator. He has to end it here and now. Shield battery's on the way. Creator, he's up on stalkers. And Cristiano just has to play it safe. Just play it slow. Just back off. Give up on the natural. Fight with your shield battery. Wait for extra warp-ins. Wait for the Immortal. True, the Immortal's almost done. Oh. Cristiano bleeds off a couple of probes. Couple of probes going down. The base taking a lot of hits. He wants to fight for it. Goes for the Guardian Shield. The Immortal's on the way. And the Immortal has arrived. With the help of the Immortal, he holds. And Cristiano, he shuts us down. Zones away the Stalkers. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Cristiano. He's got a second Immortal on the way. Oh, here come the Adepts. Adepts a shade into the main. Oh, they can cripple the economy. Probe's going to be going down. Shaky defense here from Cristiano. Losing a lot of workers. Ay. Losing 5, losing 6. 6 probes, got 7. Yeah, 7 probe kills. Cristiano, he's hurting. 8 probes going down. That should not have happened. Cristiano down to 15 workers. He has a lot of catching up to do. And the question becomes, never mind. I was going to say, the question becomes, does Creator expand? He threw down a gateway. Threw down a gateway as I was saying that, so he's committing to the one base all in. He will lose the proxy. And it's still all or nothing for Creator. Cristiano's moving in. Moving in. Oh. From here, he's within range of the pylon. Takes down one of the sentries. Sentry goes down, pylon is exposed. Now going for the gateway itself. And technically, Cristiano does not have to push in. Takes down the gateway, pulls away. Uh-oh. Nice force field. Pulls back, slowly saturating his bases. Cristiano building up. Bold move out of Cristiano. We don't have to do this, but he's going for a backstab. It does go for the backstab. He can always recall, of course. Gets a Stalker. Army's pushing in. Shield battery goes down. Oh, almost catching the Prism. Nice force field. Cristiano just buying more time. And he breaks through across the map. In the end, no shield battery, so he gives up on the natural. It gives up on the base. But he does wreak havoc here. 11 probes going down. He cripples the economy. He will lose the natural, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Not anymore. And again, he can always recall. Chasing down more probes. Oh. Creator looking to commit. There's the recall. There's the recall back home. Takes down the War Prism. GG gets caught, and Cristiano, he defends. He survives. He snowballs out of control, and Cristiano will claim the series and the tournament 3-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cristiano. A very intense finals, did go back and forth, and Cristiano, again, he has won the second most amount of Tuna Cups out of any other player out there. He's just barely behind ByuN, and he's catching up. He beat ByuN in this tournament, takes down Creator as well. GG, well played. Shout out to Cristiano, as we had a lot of upsets actually in this tournament. Winding it back here, let's head on over to the rest of the bracket. GG, well played, as Cristiano, he did not have an easy run here to the finals. He took down Geralt 2-0, took down ByuN 2-1, took down Creator 3-1 as well. But a very special shout out to another player here. If you remember, we're giving him a lot of love at the start of the broadcast. Nicaract had a crazy performance. He took down Lelix 2-0. He took down SHIN. Coming into this tournament, I was favoring SHIN to go far, but no, SHIN got knocked out early by Nicaract. Nicaract took down SHIN 2-1 in a very aggressive ZVT, and he also almost took down Creator. Like, this was almost a Cristiano versus Nicaract finals, which would have been crazy. But Nickeract, he did very well for himself. He barely didn't take down Creator. And I also know that there was a bit of a scheduling conflict with Nickeract where he had to compete in another tournament. So he was maybe a little bit rushed, a little bit pressured in those semifinals. But yeah, that was also very close, very clutch. Could have gone either way. And in the end, Creator did clutch it out. And in the end, Cristiano claimed the tournament. GG. GG, well played. But again, a shout out to Nickeract for making it to the semis, for almost making it to the finals as well. And of course, shout out to Cristiano for his tournament run, which was also very impressive. GG. GG. Whew. Hi, hi, hi. Surprisingly, don't win a game. I mean, a little bit. Sorry, winding it back here. Cristiano here he was initially at a disadvantage when it came to defending against the all-in. But remember that main base defense. I'm referring to the moment where Cristiano pulled the boys. He warped in at the ramp. He locked in the army, and then he surrounded. He cleaned up all the stalkers, and that was the moment that he took momentum away from Creator. Creator, he did fight back with the adept harass. True, there was a lot of adept harass, but in the end, GG. it was very tense, very back and forth. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Congratulations here to Cristiano for claiming the series. I thought this was the Cristiano versus ByuN weekly. I mean, for now to the seeding, right? It should it have been a ByuN versus Cristiano finals? Maybe, but they did face off in the semis instead. GG, well played. A lot of really close matches, a lot of fun series, and also we were able to showcase all the new maps as well. Of course, this was the TLMC21 edition of the tournament. We've casted quite a lot on these new maps. I'm still a little bit disappointed that the other weeklies have yet to adopt any of these new maps, referring to the Wardy TV Monday, Pegasus Cup as well. I will try to push for them to do so. Even Wardy's TLMC tournament, I think, is tomorrow. True, it is going to be tomorrow. I think that's the beginning of the TLMC, the Team Liquid Map Contest Wardy tournament. But we've already featured a lot of these newer maps so far in the past couple of weeks, in the past week. Featured a lot of them, and we will continue to do so. We'll continue to feature these maps as best we can, so you can see what you like, see what you don't like. We've already had some of these maps adjusted over time. If you recall, we spoke about how the gas base was removed on Satellite, right, on Satellite Years. And I'm pretty sure that was due to feedback from watching some of the games that we were featuring. So really cool to see that that already these tournaments have been benefiting and have been, you know, providing for some changes already being made for what works, what doesn't work, what is maybe a little bit too strong. With that, GG, well played. And also, before I get ahead of ourselves, before we wrap up, we also have another announcement to make here. Also shout out to Lelix, of course, did win the random raffle. True. Did win the raffle, but we have our weekly schedule. Here we go. So tomorrow night we're going to be live with MSO with the Master Swan Open. That is going to be tomorrow night on Monday. Meanwhile, currently Tuesday is open. We might squeeze in another broadcast on Tuesday. We have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday, but look at that on Thursday. If you're familiar with the channel, you would know this, but we do host events on a regular basis here, and we have like our own mascot for every tournament. So we have the Tuna, the Sparkling Tuna Cup. True, we have the Tuna. We have the Sea Duckling Open. We have the Master Swan Open, and you see what I see on Thursday? We have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Now that we're in the off season, now that the EWC circuit has concluded for the year, we are bringing back the Turtle Tussle, which means we have another regular tournament to feature the new TLMC21 maps. Let's go. And again, we're going to be hosting all of our tournaments on the new maps, even our amateur events as well, until voting concludes, right? Voting is soon to be open, so you can vote on which maps you want to see in the map pool. So we're going to do the best that we can to showcase these new maps. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Celestial Enclave today. Like, I really want to see Celestial Enclave. But yes, we of course were featuring the new map pool with Ruby Rock, with Satellite Years, with Tourmaline, with Magnetic North. We didn't get to see Celestial Enclave this week, unfortunately. We didn't get to see Mothership as well. True, Mothership has been a lot of fun. And we'll just keep hosting them, right? We'll keep hosting these events, keep getting more information, more data, so you can be more informed coming into the voting for the map pool. True. Right, that was it. Magnetic North, that's it. Celestial was played in Girl vs. Cristiano. Oh, there you go. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, it looks like we have a bit of a leaner week coming up, which I'm not opposed to. We might be organizing some extra casts on Thursday and Friday. We'll see, depending on what's happening with StarCraft Evolution, what's happening with the Enki Pro Series as well. We'll figure it out. But otherwise, again, our next broadcast should be tomorrow with the MSO. As you can see here, there's also a tournament that's missing. There is no Wardy TV Monday. There's no Wardy TV Monday this week, as it has been moved to. That's why last week we had two Wardy TV Mondays. We had a Monday. So we had Wardy's weekly on Monday and on Friday. So twice last week because there's none this week. Just as a heads up. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Likewise, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, and you can help support our tournaments. You can see them here on my right. I just mentioned them, but we do host 3 events on a regular basis: Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open. Sparkling Tuna Cup is a weekly open tournament that leads into a monthly finals, which is open to all players. As you can see here, it does bring together players like ByuN, like SHIN, like Creator, Nickrat, Christiana, and many, many others. SDO, Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open, those are amateur events. Those are tournaments for Diamond players and for Masters players. That's how we began. That's how we started. For those that don't know, we started casting tournaments, back in 2017? It's been a long time. But we started casting tournaments way back in the day, hosting these events, starting with amateur tournaments for Diamond players, for Masters players, before, getting into the more pro play. That was like back in 2019. 2019 is when we started casting pro gameplay and pro players, but we began with SDO and with MSO, and we still host them. We used to cover them on a weekly basis. These used to be weekly tournaments. Nowadays they're monthly tournaments. We don't really have as much free time for them, but they are still being hosted on a monthly basis. So if you're out there, if you're Diamond, if you're Masters, if you're Platinum, if you want to compete in these amateur tournaments, you can do so as well to earn some prize money. Fun fact, because we've been hosting our events for so many years, we actually casted players like Mixu, players like Baby Marine, back when they were Diamond. like back in 2017, 2018, back in the day, pre-COVID. There are some currently pro players that we actually casted back when they were amateurs, and the purpose of our tournaments, of course, are to give them a reason to compete, give them a reason to improve, so then they can level up over time and ideally, go pro, for example, right? It's like a stepping stone. Not saying that every player that we host, every player that wins our amateur tournaments eventually hits GM and goes pro. Not saying that at all, but there are some examples of that where that did happen, like Mixu, like Baby Marine, like Oreo, like Starduck as well, like Ruichi. There are some. What's another one? GG Machine. True. GG Machine. Back when he was like 10 years old, he also used to compete in our tournaments. He played like in a couple of them as well. True. That's another one. Back when he was even younger. Wardy said something that a sponsor asked him not to include more than 3 maps. I think he'll pick new maps for next week. That's good. Yes. So I've explained this before. But there are certain, I say sponsor, OSC. OSC, if you want to be a part of the OSC League and the OSC Championship, then you have to have majority standard maps. We have chosen to, because of that, our prize pool is actually smaller for Tuna Cup moving forward, because we are no longer partnered with OSC, as long as we're hosting all these tournaments with full map. So we've chosen to put that partnership on hold, I should say, on hold. We made that decision. Wardy could make that decision too, but for now I think he's looking to honor that and looking to maintain majority standard map pool. I know that the Monday night weeklies, I think they are willing to go full TLMC21. But it's up to the organizer, right? It's up to the tournament organizer if they want to partner with OSC or not. If they partner, then they're limited. If they choose to put it on hold, then they can do whatever they want. So it's on the tournament organizer to make that decision. We made ours. We made ours. Just because we feel like it's more important to feature all the maps. The downside is that our tournaments don't provide OSC points. So there's a give and take. But personally, I feel like it's more important for us to showcase as many maps as we can. I feel like that's more important than having a boosted prize pool or anything like that. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, we do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys next time. Again, we should be hosting the MSO tomorrow. Should be tomorrow evening. Otherwise, thanks for watching, we'll see you guys next time. You can also support us, and also if you want to tune into the VODs, you can do so via social media, via YouTube. Check out our YouTube channel. All the VODs are uploaded to YouTube on a daily basis. We have plenty of content. If you see something that you like here, and if you want to watch more, but if you cannot watch it live, for example, if you didn't see the September finals, which was also on the new map pool, check it out. We had some amazing games during the September finals. All the VODs are on YouTube. Check it out then and there. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time.